Good evening. I invite you to take your seat to start. Good evening, colleagues. I hope you have enough time to have something to eat and drink, and that you are ready for an evening of CRPs. The plan of our evening is to begin with CRP 5 on sustainable wildlife management, followed by CRP 7 on agenda item 3B, followed by CRP 6 on agenda item 3A. We will begin with Sustainable Wildlife Management, CRP 5. In response to the request made by the parties, CRP 5 consolidate the draft recommendation of item 4 from IPBES with the draft recommendation from agenda item 6 on sustainable wildlife management. Both items were discussed in the plenary session on Monday, 16 October. There was an agreement on the importance of the IPBES assessment for the Convention's work on sustainable wildlife management and implementation of relevant targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. There was also broad agreement on the need for further analysis of areas requiring complementary guidance, including the need for further inputs and consultations on this issue. Based on the inputs received on these two items, I produce a CRP with the support of the Secretariat. Let's also start with the first paragraph. So I open the floor for comments on paragraph 1. I see no comments on paragraph 1. Now I request comments on paragraph 2. I see no request for paragraph 2. Now open the floor for comments on paragraph 3. I see no comments. Paragraph 4. No comments. Paragraph 5. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. And first, let me thank you for the CRP, which I think does an excellent job at reflecting the interventions and the comments that were made. So I do have a couple comments on a number of paragraphs, mostly related to process rather than substantive issues. So starting here with paragraph 5, the paragraph currently reads, requests the Executive Secretary to cooperate with the collaborative partnership. I would like to replace the word cooperate with the word collaborate. I feel that collaborate is more in line with the language that was used in Decision 15/23, and it also makes it clear that the expectation is that the Executive Secretary, the Secretariat, will be leading this work and collaborating with the collaborative partnership on sustainable wildlife management. I'll have some similar type of suggestions to make on paragraph 5 of the COP decision, as well as paragraph 7 when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Australia, followed by UK.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would support Canada's proposal just now to change cooperate to collaborate for the reasons outlined by Canada. We would also like to split this paragraph apart to be very clear on the two elements of it. So we would have a new paragraph start after intergovernmental organisations, which would commence with the Executive Secretary should also take into consideration, and the rest remains the same. So it would become 5 bis. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So it would say that after intergovernmental organizations, a new paragraph saying that the Executive Secretary also taking into account consideration of the 7 elements, blah, 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 blah. Thank you. Now, UK followed by Spain.
Thank you, Chair. There appears to be some text missing in the first sentence, which makes it read not quite correctly. So our query is on the word developed, as it does not make sense to read covered by existing guidance, developed relevant multilateral environmental agreements. There's perhaps something missing. So our suggestion is to have it read covered by existing guidance and to better understand other areas already covered under relevant multilateral environmental agreements. Using this language would align with the language used in paragraphs 46 and 47 in document of 2511. Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Can UK please repeat again at dictation speed so Secretariat can properly get the
Yes,
text?
so we would delete the word developed after existing guidance and insert and to better understand other areas already covered under. And then it would continue relevant multilateral environmental.
Thank you. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And in paragraph 5, we would suggest to add after undertake, comma, in line with the mandate of the Convention and the goals and targets of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework adopted thereunder. The rationale for this is that we feel that many of the 7 key elements of effective policy that were addressed under APA's assessment are, of course, of valuable importance for the work of the Convention, but some of them may entail actions that will not be covered by the scope of the Convention. So we will understand it would mean we will need some reassurance that when undertaking this gap analysis, potential areas will need to be consistent with the mandate of the Convention and also with the goals and targets of the GBF. Of course, I understand that Australia, if I'm not mistaken, proposed dividing splitting the paragraph into different paragraphs. So we would add this new addition in both of the 2 paragraphs if the room agrees that the paragraph needs to be splitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. To include in line with the mandate of the Convention and the goals and targets of the framework. And I didn't hear any opposition to split the paragraph in 2, then to include twice the new language. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I shared the same observation as UK. However, I didn't have a lot of text to add on the first paragraph, the first 3 lines. From our side, we felt that after the word developed, if you can just add the word by, then it would really make sense that you are talking about the analysis that is relating that are not adequately covered by existing guidance developed by who developed them, the relevant multilateral, all those other. But I did not managed to capture what UK suggested. But for me and Africa, we thought maybe just to add the word by, it will really make the sentence complete. And we are looking forward to see other proposal for the splitting. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, in my notes I put by, but I listened to UK because they are English native speakers. So I thought that proposal was more understandable when they said, and to better understand. But I like to go back to UK if they can accept just to include developed by relevant multilateral environment will be enough. And then to your question to split, the sentence is after incompetent intergovernmental organizations, full stop, and then to start a new paragraph saying the executive secretary also taking into account, so to split into paragraphs, the two sentences into paragraphs, that's the proposal. So I'm wondering if UK can live with the short version by just including by relevant multilateral environmental agreements. UK?
Thank you, Chair. I think we can live with that. We did also consider that. I think there is a slight difference. It's not an exact replacement, and the language we used came from the item 6 agenda item, but we can live with by. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe less more at this stage. Spain, not anymore. So I have no more requests for paragraph 5. Let's move to paragraph 6. Actually, I don't see a 6.
You can give 6.
Hey, it's just a mistake in numbering. So the new 7, Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clarifying, we would like to make 2 edits. Our first suggestion would be in paragraph 7, subparagraph B. It currently reads to finalize the list of areas. We would prefer to update the list of areas that might require complementary guidance. We think the finalization is likely to come at a later stage at the COP. And then in subparagraph C of paragraph 7, again, just for extra clarity, we would add including the updated list so that the sentence would read, to submit the results of the further analysis, including the updated list, to the Conference of the Parties. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Canada. España.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En el párrafo indicado 7, epígrafe B, querríamos añadir, después de to finalize and prioritize the list of areas, con la idea de poder tener una orientación de cuáles de las áreas identificadas tendrían que abordarse antes que otras. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, España, pero ya no hay finalize. Ahora se dice update. Eso diría en español para actualizar y priorizar la lista de áreas. Canadá propuso cambiar finalizar por actualizar. ¿Está bien?
So it would be to update and prioritize. Okay, thank you.
Gracias. Brasil.
Thank you, Chair. But we're not in a position to accept either update or prioritize. I think from our perspective, update would suggest that the proposed areas that were presented in the original document were accepted, and update would mean somehow expanding on that. But as we made it clear in our opening statement, we felt that some of the areas that were identified were not consistent with the mandate of the Convention. So from our perspective, we would suggest to review the list of areas that might require complementary guidance on the basis of the further analysis, taking into account the views expressed and referred to in paragraph 3. We understand that also prioritize would not be the best way forward. From our perspective, it would be up to contracting parties to decide which action areas need to be prioritized, not to the Secretariat. So the new B would read as, to review the list of areas that might require complementary guidance on the basis of the further analysis, taking into account the views expressed and referred to in paragraph 3. And given that Canada proposed a similar addition to C, I understand that they would be requesting the Secretariat to present this new list, so we would add the qualifying revised and not updated. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Is acceptable to, instead of use finalize or update, to use review? I see noting from Canada, who originally suggests update. Thank you. And instead of prioritize, so not to include prioritize, it's just to update, taking into account the views and so on. And also on C, to submit the result of the further analysis including the revised list. So the idea of prioritize is not there, but will be in some way considered taking into account the views. España puede aceptar esa nueva formulación que diga entonces revisar la lista de áreas que puede requerir orientación complementaria con la base de este análisis y tomando en cuenta los puntos de vista de Tarará, España. Ok, gracias. DRC followed by Mexico.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En tant qu'organe scientifique, nous devrions fournir un effort de rester cohérent avec ce que nous devons produire comme document. Et pour besoin de cohérence, je reviens sur 7A. On connaît tous qu'avec l'adoption du cadre mondial de la biodiversité Kunming-Montréal, nous sommes appelés à mettre en œuvre ces cadres. Mais je suggère que, ici, dans ce sous-paragraphe A, qu'on fasse seulement allusion aux objectifs, lesquels objectifs vont aller jusqu'en 2050, et aux cibles, lesquelles cibles sont attendues à être atteintes plutôt en 2030. Les deux là suffisent pour mentionner l'intégralité du cadre. Et quand il faut dire les autres éléments du cadre, bon, ça devient vraiment un peu encombrant. Donc, je suggère que à la ligne 4, on mentionne seulement les objectifs et les cibles. Et puis, on efface les autres éléments du cadre. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
DRC, if I understood you well, you are suggesting that we amend line 4 to say support implementation of the goals and targets of the framework and to delete another elements, right? I see you noting. I hope this is acceptable to focus on goals and targets of the framework. México.
Gracias, señor presidente. Podríamos apoyar la propuesta de República del Congo. Y con respecto al literal B y C, también podríamos apoyar la propuesta de Brasil, consideramos que no es tarea del secretariado priorizar las acciones, es tarea de las partes. En ese sentido estamos de acuerdo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Comentarios en el párrafo 8, si ya no hay más sobre el 7. No veo comentarios al párrafo 8. Pasamos a la sección de la conferencia de las partes. Reino Unido. Microphone to UK, please.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, you moved too quickly for me. My comment refers to the third paragraph in the chapeau that currently recalls decision 1523. So we would like to add also to that sentence decision 1519. And this is the COP15 decision which requested Substa to review the findings of the Sustainable Use Assessment, and therefore we believe it's relevant here too. So this sentence would read, recalling decisions 1519 and 1523 of 19th December 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. You were faster than me. I was just in the chapeau, paragraph 8. And this is beyond. I guess, and following in what happened last document, we should delete the date. Oh. Thank you. I've been advised by the Secretariat about a new UN practice while making reference to decisions to indicate the dates. That's why we are now seeing these elements that used not to be in CBD documents, but we understand it's part of the standardization of editorial matters in UN. So that's why we are now seeing dates when we have reference to this, but this is more a standardization procedure. More comments on paragraph 8. South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to support the insertion as proposed by UK and the earlier insertion by DRC and Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no more comments, I invite you to move on. Now, comments on paragraph 1 in page 3, EU.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The EU would like to suggest that we do not only welcome the summary of policymakers of the assessment report, but also the reports. So we would suggest the following change. We would say welcome the assessment report of the sustainable use of wild species of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services and its summary for policymakers. Thank you, Chair.
So are you suggesting to delete the approval of the summary as you read it? I see you nodding, so but then we need to delete more things. Welcome the assessment report of the summary for policymakers of the, because then says by the plenary of the IPBES in its 9th session. So I need your advice in how exactly you want this, because you start saying welcomes. Take the floor and please explain your amendments. EU. Microphone to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was too quick. So with this change, the part starting with by the plenary until at its 9th session would be deleted. So it would actually even be shorter. I can read it once more if you want. So it would read, welcomes the assessment report on the sustainable use of wild species of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services and its summary for policymakers. Thank you. And then by until 9th session is deleted.
Thank you. That was exactly what I was saying. If we're just welcoming the thing and not when. España, followed by Argentina.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nuestra enmienda iba en la misma línea y en la línea de lo debatido anteriormente en el tema 5 sobre especies exóticas invasoras, en eliminar la referencia a approval. Estamos de acuerdo con la propuesta que acaba de hacer la Unión Europea. No obstante, sí que consideramos que la última parte, takes note, podría ir en un párrafo aparte, 1 bis, con lo cual la primera parte sería tal cual lo ha propuesto la Unión Europea, eliminando la referencia al plenario de IPBES y el 1 bis en vez.
Se queda el párrafo como lo enmendó Reino Unido y se parte en 2 a partir de takes note. UK, followed by Brazil.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to echo the last 2 interventions that we've heard, but also in line with the approach that we've taken for the values assessment and the invasive alien species assessment. The UK would also like to add the key messages in there. So I think our sort of, I think for ease, the easiest thing for us would just to be to replace takes note with its key messages and then remove the word of. And then I think, and then as well, remove approval of. I'll just say that again for clarity. So our suggestion would be to replace takes note with its key messages, and then we'd remove the word of and also approval of the. And then that, I think, should satisfy our concerns. Thank you.
It's not clear, I'm sorry. What we have on paragraph 1 currently is welcomes, and we delete everything until the assessment reports of the sustainable use of wildlife species of IPBES. That's it. And then we have another paragraph saying, takes note on particular of the chapters of the assessment, including blah, blah, blah. So what you want is to include the key messages. So it could maybe say welcomes the assessment and its key messages. And its summary for policymakers, sorry. And its summary for policymakers at the end of the first sentence before split the paragraph in 2 parts. Is that correct? UK?
Yes, Chair, I think that would be acceptable as well. So we just add its key messages, as you said, as long as they're in there as well. I'm very flexible on the formulation. Thank you.
I'll repeat again, because we have many versions. So it would say, welcomes the assessment report on the sustainable use of wildlife species of IPBES and its summary for policymakers. That's it. And then the second sentence is a new one, and just take notes of the particular of the chapters and so on when we split the paragraph in two. And that's what I heard that UK also said. Now I'll give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And we could go along with the proposal from the EU and the UK on welcomes the approval of the summary, welcomes the assessment and its summary for policymakers and its key messages. We still struggle to understand the added value of the next part on takes note in particular of the chapters, including the executive summaries. It seems that we're kind of cherry-picking specific elements from the assessment. If we are already welcoming the assessment, do we really need to pinpoint those specific elements, especially as in SUBSA, we usually don't go through the sections of the assessment. We usually tend at least to address the messages outlined in the summary for policymakers. So we would prefer, if this is really important for some delegations, we would suggest only takes note of the chapters of the assessment that were accepted by the plenary. But we would prefer not to single out specific elements within the assessment itself. Thank you.
So if I understood you well, in principle, you prefer to delete in particular? Yes, I see you nodding. So we keep the second part in a new paragraph saying takes note of the chapters of the assessment and so on. Thank you. Now, DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. À ce niveau, je souhaite en tout cas appuyer la proposition faite par le Brésil. Et si vous le permettez, Monsieur le Président, je souhaite rentrer un tout petit peu au chapeau. Troisième paragraphe, là où on rappelle la décision 1523 et vous avez expliqué tout à l'heure pourquoi on commence à ajouter les dates pour besoin d'harmonisation. À ce niveau, je voudrais qu'on fasse aussi mention, et je trouve que c'est vraiment pertinent à ce niveau, de la décision 14-7 du 29 décembre 2018. Merci.
Thank you, DRC, to make also mention of decision 14/7. I hope it's acceptable. Now, Argentina, followed by UK.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En relación al párrafo 1 y el nuevo párrafo 2, estamos de acuerdo con la nueva redacción del párrafo 1, pero me cuesta comprender la necesidad de agregar un párrafo 2 y el valor que le agregaría cuando el Assessment Report ya incluye los capítulos que a su vez incluyen los Executive Summaries. En este sentido, me parece que el nuevo párrafo 2 está incluido ya en la redacción del párrafo 1, que adecuadamente le da la bienvenida al Assessment, por lo cual solicitaría eliminarlo. Gracias.
Solicita eliminar toda la segunda parte, todo el segundo párrafo, aunque hay una parte que habla y que nota su relevancia para el trabajo de la Convención y la implementación del marco global. Quizá esa parte es importante. Argentina.
Gracias por darme nuevamente la palabra. Si resulta para otras partes relevante conservar esa parte del texto, podría moverse luego del párrafo 1, como lee hasta ahora.
Gracias, Argentina. Reino Unido.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 points. Firstly, I just want to clarify, because the last time you quoted the text, this wasn't included. For paragraph 1, my understanding is what we've agreed on is welcome the assessment, its summary for policymakers and its key messages. Just to clarify that state. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Then we're happy there. And on the second point, I agree with Brazil and Argentina. I don't think that the first part of the second paragraph is then needed, but we would like to keep noting their relevance to the work undertaken under the Convention, either as a separate paragraph or as part of the first one. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can keep a single paragraph that would read, welcomes the assessment, its summary for policymakers, and key messages, and notes the relevance for the global framework. In short words. Thank you. I see you nodding. So I invite you to move to paragraph 2. I see no comments. Paragraph 3. I see no comments. Paragraph 4, that has some items. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. For paragraph 4 for the chapeau, I wanted to include a reference to subnational governments after invites other governments. So after invites other governments, I would insert subnational governments at all levels and then continue the paragraph as it's written. I do have some comments on some of the other sub-bullets, but perhaps are you going to take those one at a time, or would you like me to?
You can go ahead.
Okay.
On 4.
Sub-bullet H. Just the targets referenced there are targets 4, 5, 9. I believe I would like to add 10. So and 10. So that's sub-bullet H. And my last one is on sub-bullet J. So sub-bullet J currently reads, address constraints such as the lack of implementation of international instruments in national policies, lack of data and indicators, and loss of languages. In doing the summarizing for this document, some of the intent of the original subparagraph in the IPBES assessment was lost, such that the reference to lack of data and indicators appears out of place. And so I would like to add some contextual words around that. So it would read, again, I'm at subparagraph J, address constraints such as the lack of implementation of international instruments in national policies. And here I would insert and lack of data and indicators. And I would insert to monitor progress in this regard, comma, as well as loss of languages. So I take this language from the IPBES paragraph where this summary came from, just to add the context to the data and indicators that are being referenced. And that is, I think, let me just check. Yeah, that's all for paragraph 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I think it provides more clarity. Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes au paragraphe 4, je crois, si je ne me trompe pas. Dans ce paragraphe, il y a une énumération après les organisations compétentes. On dit selon leurs besoins, leurs capacités et leur situation. Je pense que dans la version française, sauf si c'est un problème de traduction, je pense que dans la version française, on peut s'arrêter et leur situation. Parce que lorsqu'on ajoute encore selon qu'on convient, c'est une redondance. Puisqu'on a déjà fait une énumération. Donc on a deux choses. Soit on dit et les organisations compétentes selon qu'il convient, ça c'est la première option. Maintenant, si on cite comme on l'a fait, en disant selon leurs besoins leurs capacités et leur situation à ce niveau, on s'arrête là. Donc, point n'est plus besoin d'ajouter selon qu'il convient. Donc, en définitive, de mon point de vue, je pense qu'on peut supprimer selon qu'il convient. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Gabon. So you propose to delete and as appropriate. Is there any opposition to delete this part? Please raise your hand. There's opposition of two parties, so you prefer to keep it. So I understand the inconsistency between English and French version, so we can ask Secretariat just to be sure that all languages are equivalent, and as it is now in English. Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Mexico, followed by Brazil.
Gracias, señor presidente. México apoya la propuesta de Canadá de añadir gobiernos subnacionales en el para 4 y también en la letra H añadir el target 10 del proyecto. Gracias.
Gracias, México. Brasil, seguido de Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. And we could accept the proposal from Canada in the chapeau to include a reference on subnational governments. And still the chapeau, after according to their needs, capacities, and circumstances, we would add and in accordance with relevant international obligations, given that many of the proposals that have been put forth within the subparagraphs relate to other policies that are already addressed by other relevant multilateral agreements. Regarding 4G, on working together with partners, we would suggest replacing in particular with including through the collaborative partnership on sustainable wildlife management. We understand, for instance, there are regional organizations such as the Amazon Cooperation Trade Organization that have also been developing work on indicators, for instance, so they could also be engaged. So we would prefer to leave the door open and not to single out a specific partnership. Regarding 4H, we are not in a position to accept the reference to increase in demand in technological developments. I think from the very beginning of our discussions on the agenda item, we have highlighted that from our perspective, this would be out of the mandate of the Convention. Throughout the history of the Convention, every issue on new and emerging technologies have been assessed on a case-by-case basis, taking into account the provisions of Article 8.g, for instance. So from our perspective, this topic expands too much on the mandate of the Convention. What we would suggest as a compromise is to replace increase in demand and technological developments with increase in sustainable practices. And we would also like to recall that IPA's Sustainable Use Assessment has also has addressed the benefits of technological innovation rather than simply referring to potential negative impacts. So we would suggest then to replace increase in demand and technological developments with increase in unsustainable practices. We feel that this is more consistent with the relevant targets under the GBF. For the time being, we would suggest to put brackets around the proposal from Canada to add a reference to target 10. In 4.I, we would suggest to include eradication in the fourth line after poverty, and to keep both poverty eradication and alleviation, because we feel that eradication is more consistent with the SDGs. And finally, regarding 4.M, we would not be in a position to accept the reference to traceable trade, given that this is not referred actually in the language of Target 5. And I think throughout the discussions we had over this week, we have been consistently emphasizing that we need to keep consistency with the language that we agreed just a few months ago in the GBF. So we would prefer to retain only the qualifiers sustainable, safe, and legal which are actually referred to in paragraph 5. So we would suggest deleting the reference to traceable in 4.m. Thank you.
Gracias, Brasil. Muchos cambios. En una precisión en G. Usted menciona to work together with partners and including, instead of in particular, right? Including through the collaborative partnership, just to be clear on that. And then on H, you suggest instead of in demand and technological developments to use unsustainable, increase in unsustainable. So can you repeat that part, please? And in brackets, reference to target 10. Please, Brazil. Microphone to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. And so in 4.h, we would suggest to replace increase in demand and technological developments with increase in unsustainable practices. Increase in unsustainable practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll give the floor to Ghana, followed by UK.
Thank you very much. Ghana supports the submission made by Canada, but also for us to move, when you look at the second line, we have local governments. So to move that to the submission made by Canada, then it will read subnational and local governments, indigenous people, and relevant organizations. Thank you, Chair. So Canada made a submission that we should include subnational governments. Now, when you look at the second line, we have local governments. So I'm suggesting we move the local to subnational and local governments, indigenous people, and relevant organizations, so that the local governments in the second line will go off. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I've been advised that when in the recommendation from Canada it says governments at all levels, that includes different levels. So when we go to local governments, makes not consistent. So either we keep all levels, or do we want to make a specific reference to subnational and locals? So let's see how it can sound more clear or consistent with our practice. Could it say invites other governments, subnational and local governments? No, subnational governments, indigenous people and local communities, and relevant international organizations. Still. So, encourage parties and invites other governments, comma, subnational governments at all levels, comma, indigenous people and local communities, and relevant international organizations. Does that make sense? I see noting, at least from Canada. I hope it's acceptable. Let's move. We were working at a very good pace. UK.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, unfortunately, we would not be in a position to accept the change made by our Brazilian colleagues regarding replacing increase in demand and technological developments with increase in unsustainable practices. And this is because the IPBES assessment summary for policymakers, it does state that the sustainability of the use of wild species in the future is likely to face challenges due to climate change, increasing demand, and technological advances. So we do believe it's appropriate to use that wording and would like to retain the original text in subpara H. I then have a comment on subpara M. Move on. So we would like to add the words "and unsustainable" to the first sentence so that it would read, "Coordinate efforts to halt the illegal and unsustainable harvesting and use." And this is because a proportion of the legal trade is unsustainable, and this threatens the species themselves and those people who depend upon them. And therefore, we believe it's important that parties and others coordinate efforts to halt both the illegal and unsustainable harvesting and use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, UK. I'm wondering if, regarding your comments on sustainable practices and also to keep increasing demand and technological developments are as recognized on the assessment, can both elements live in the same paragraphs? Increase in demand and technological developments and on sustainable practices. So I think I see note in UK. Can accept this, Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. While we understand that this topic is addressed in the IPBES assessment, from our perspective, SBSTA, as a subsidiary body of the Convention, is precisely intended to assess the contributions of IPBES in light of the mandate of the Convention. So we're not here simply to copy and paste the summary for policymakers or any content from the assessment. We're here to critically assess the contributions of the assessment. And once again, we fear that by adding increase in demand and technological developments, we would be expanding too much on the mandate of the Convention. And I would recall, for instance, the extensive discussions we had on a number of topics related to new and emerging technologies, which oftentimes have sought attempts by some countries to revisit the language of the Convention. So we're not in a position to accept increase in demand and technological developments. And we're also not in a position to accept the proposal from the UK on 4.M. We do notice that Target 5 has not included a reference to unsustainable use. Once again, we would encourage countries not to try to revisit the language of the goals and targets when proposing new language for different draft decisions to be considered at the next COP. Thank you.
We need some help from you on these points. On H, there's an element regarding increasing demand, which is something that is happening just by the increase of population. I understand the concern about technological developments because it can go in any direction. I understand on sustainable practices as suggested by Brazil. So I believe in H, there's an increase in demand and there's an increase in unsustainable practices, and it's not clarity the polarity of technological developments, but I'm trying to help. And on M, it is true that what we want is to hold illegal harvesting, but some cases there is legal unsustainable harvesting, which is true. And I believe it's part of the package as a pressure for wildlife, but I'm in your hands. I'll just give my opinion on this. Otherwise, we're going to have a series of brackets in this part. But maybe somebody else can help us. Togo, followed by Spain.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Togo voudrait se prononcer sur le point E, avant donc de revenir sur le point M. Alors, sur le point E, il nous semble que la Convention, les trois objectifs de la Convention sont bien pris en compte donc, dans le cadre, dans notre nouveau cadre. Et quand nous sommes en train de faire les efforts pour mettre en œuvre donc, ce cadre-là, il s'agit donc de la mise en œuvre donc, de ces trois objectifs fondamentaux. De ce point de vue, le Togo voudrait proposer qu'à la fin, donc, de ce paragraphe E, qui dit que et à la répartition équitable donc, des coûts, des avantages, des espèces pour la réalisation donc, des objectifs de la Convention, il serait bien, et pour des raisons donc, de clarté et de cohérence, qu'on puisse renvoyer donc, aux objectifs du cadre au lieu de la Convention, puisque ce qui est urgent aujourd'hui, c'est de pouvoir vraiment mettre en œuvre donc, ce cadre-là. Et dans tous les libellés des paragraphes, vous allez voir que nous faisons allusion, bien entendu, donc, aux objectifs du cadre. Donc nous suggérons qu'on puisse dire aux objectifs du cadre au lieu de objectifs de la Convention. Sur le point M, malheureusement, nous ne pensons pas que ce serait intéressant de supprimer la traçabilité. Nous pensons que c'est au contraire un élément très fondamental dans le cadre donc, du respect donc, des questions de l'exploitation légale. Et quand on parle donc, de la légalité est une autre, est un élément important, mais la traçabilité en est un autre, puisque il faut la question de rapportage, la question de rapportage est aussi un élément important, et la traçabilité telle que mise ici contribue à cela. Donc voilà pourquoi nous pensons qu'il faut garder la traçabilité, ne pas le supprimer, ou du moins le mettre en cloche. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Togo. So you suggest on E to include the achievements, the achievement of, instead of the objectives of the convention, maybe we should say the achievement of goals and targets of the framework, because we don't have objectives for the framework as such. We have goals and targets, at least is the formulation we've been using. And you want to keep the element of traceability on M. I hope this can be acceptable. Certainly some conventions also like CITES are now moving into this direction to know the origin of specimens, in order to ensure that it's legal and so on. So it's an issue that is been more and more used. I hope there's flexibility to retain the element of traceability given this consideration. So I'm wondering if we can keep, I think it was Brazil probably, if I recall, who suggests to delete traceable, but certainly it's becoming a more and more use element to have this combination to be legal, sustainable, and traceable. So can you have some flexibility to retain the topic? I see you are not agreeing, so let's keep it in brackets. España, followed by Colombia.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Compartimos la reflexión que hacía en el epígrafe M respecto a que no solo se trata de detener la recolección ilegal, sino que a veces puede haber recolección legal que sea insostenible y es necesario también abordarla. Con lo cual apoyamos la propuesta de Reino Unido de añadir unsustainable harvesting. Y respecto a mantener traceable, también estamos a favor. Además, hemos dado la bienvenida a la evaluación de IPBES y está contenida esta expresión en dicho resumen para responsables de políticas. Sustainable, legal and traceable trade of wild species is important for biodiversity-dependent communities está referido en dicho documento y entendemos que es otra matización fundamental para mantener en el epígrafe M. Muchas gracias. Una propuesta quizás para Brasil en relación a que no es un término trazable, rastreable, que esté en el marco global. Quizás si elimináramos in support of the achievement of Target 5, podría aceptar que se mantuviera traceable en el epígrafe M. En todo caso, nosotros defendemos el epígrafe íntegramente con el añadido de unsustainable. Gracias.
Gracias. Colombia.
Gracias, presidente. Sobre el numeral H, pues propondríamos que se mantenga unsustainable practices, de pronto borrar increase in demand, que quede unsustainable practices and technological developments that have negative impacts on wild species. Y en ese sentido, pues digamos, tiene sentido dejar el target 10 desde que esa meta está orientada a asegurar que la agricultura, la acuacultura y otros son sostenibles, o sea, estaría realmente relacionada con mantener la mención de sustainable use y de unsustainable practices. Y sobre el numeral M nos parece importante mantener la referencia a trazabilidad.
Gracias. Sudáfrica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to comment on subpara H on the use of demand and technological development, to say we are supporting Brazil's proposal to replace that wording with increase in unsustainable practices, because what the IP-based assessment has done, it has actually given two sides of the coin around the technology and demand, to say there are those that are supportive of sustainable use and those that are undermining. So in order not to bring that confusion here, we can just remove that and just keep the increase in unsustainable practices. Coming to the point that Togo raised on the traceable, that Brazil has actually rejected, I would like to suggest that that traceable, we can actually move it, because it is included on the line that is linked to Target 5, and the issue is that we do not have that wording in Target 5. So we can use it still on the first line, where we say coordinate efforts to hold the illegal harvesting and the use of and untraceable trade. I think that way you still maintain the fact of the need to have this trade traceable. And then that, I think we can reach a compromise along those lines. Thanks.
Thank you for the intent. Brazil, can you go along with the new formulation considering traceable traits in the beginning of M instead of the second line?
Thank you, Chair, and we appreciate other colleagues' comments on this, but we are not in a position to accept traceable or untraceable. We fear that this encroaches on the mandate of other international organizations, in particular the World Trade Organization, and may pave the way for trade restorative measures, so we're not in a position to accept this. Thank you.
México.
Gracias, señor presidente. Con respecto al párrafo H, México está de acuerdo en retener increase in demand and technological developments. Este párrafo habla de retos potenciales. Las prácticas no sustentables son, de hecho, un reto, se incrementen o no. Entonces pierde un poco el sentido este párrafo en eso y consideramos que hablando de estos retos potenciales, son estos dos particulares ejemplos que le dan sentido al párrafo. Como ya dijimos, apoyamos el que se tenga la meta 10 en eso. Y con respecto al literal M, apoyamos la propuesta de Togo de retener trazable, dado que muchas veces la única manera de saber que algo es realmente legal es si podemos trazar su origen. Y podríamos ir con la propuesta de Sudáfrica de utilizar the use of traceable trade-off en la segunda línea. Gracias.
Gracias. Creo que no estamos yendo a ningún lado con estos párrafos M y H. No hay consenso en eliminar o mantener la expresión de increase in demand and technological developments. Sugiero que las mantengamos en corchetes y sugiero que en M mantengamos trazabilidad en corchetes. No hay acuerdo y podemos estar aquí hasta mañana y seguiremos escuchando lo mismo. Entonces sugiero que manteniendo estos puntos e incluyendo también la mención a la meta 10 en corchetes y continuemos con los siguientes párrafos. Veo aquí solicitud de Australia, Reino Unido, Francia, Japón y Togo. Los invito a que, si son otros párrafos distintos a M y H, tomen la palabra. Doy la palabra a Australia.
Thank you, Chair. We have no objections to putting those paragraphs in brackets. We were just going to support Colombia and the UK on the insertion of unsustainable in paragraph M. So we'll leave that for now. But we'd like to go to paragraph E and the insertion. We have no issues with the insertion of objectives of the goals and targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework. However, to be consistent with other decisions that we've made in this meeting, we would retain the convention. So I think the language is about the objectives of the convention and its Global Biodiversity Framework. I'm not quite sure of the language. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we maintain both the convention and the framework. UK?
Thank you, Chair. Just to say we are content with your suggestion to retain brackets in subpara H and M. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Japan?
Yes. This is a kind of clarification because we are not the native speaker of English. We are wondering, this is about the paragraph M, the illegal harvesting and use of and trade in wild species means illegal harvesting and illegal use of and illegal trade in. So we are wondering if the illegal applies to use and trade or not.
So far what we have is coordinate efforts to halt the illegal and unsustainable harvesting and the use of and trading wildlife species. It was one suggestion to keep traceable here, but I heard also comments to keep traceable in the second line, while promoting sustainable, safe, legal, and traceable in brackets traits in support of the achievement of Target 5 of the framework. So it's an insertion to coordinate efforts to hold the illegal and unsustainable harvesting. That's as far as I see in my notes. I see Japan noting. Thank you. Now, Togo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Désolé que peut-être ça traîne un peu, mais je pense que on devait peut-être avancer. Je voulais juste, après avoir entendu l'argument, en tout cas le fondement sur lequel le Brésil souhaiterait donc que ça soit supprimé, je voudrais juste dire ceci. En réalité, je ne pense pas que nous sommes en train d'empiéter sur les compétences donc, de l'Organisation mondiale du commerce. Étant donné que cette organisation n'est pas évidemment en contradiction avec la CITES, et si aujourd'hui, à partir donc du cadre, nous avions même d'ailleurs mis en exergue cette collaboration qui doit exister entre les différentes conventions, je pense que c'est un élément très important auquel tient donc la Convention sur la CITES et en le mettant dans le cadre, puisque ça contribue à préserver ou à mieux conserver donc la biodiversité, c'est un élément quand même qui pourrait être maintenu donc dans notre délibération. Et cela n'est pas en contradiction avec ce qui est déjà donc dans les objectifs donc de ces deux accords. Et en le faisant, il n'y a pas donc une sorte d'empiètement de compétences. Alors, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais, sous votre permission, au niveau du point du haut, vous m'excusez de demander une clarification, puisque, in fine, du point haut, nous voyons les pratiques non extractives. En réalité, je tente de comprendre, puisque on parle de prélèvement d'animaux terrestres, et les pratiques non extractives. J'ai tenté de regarder un peu la version anglaise puisque je me disais que peut-être c'est une traduction qui a été peut-être qui ne répond pas clairement à ce qui a été fait dans le document originel, mais je pense que c'est la même chose. Si je pouvais bien comprendre ce que nous entendons par la pratique non extractive, ça pourrait nous aider à faire des meilleures propositions pour cette partie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Togo. I think I beg you please not go to discussions where we know there is not an agreement, unless you may want to go to the corridors and try to reach an agreement on terms that are not accepted by some parties. So my way forward is to just put brackets and move on. Examples of non-extractive practices could be bird watching, whale watching, and this type of economic activities that do not imply to harvest or killing specimens. So it's a right term widely used. I hope this helps. Now I'll give the floor to DRC, followed by Brazil.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'espère que, comme vous l'avez dit, on a beaucoup traîné sur ce paragraphe et comme vous l'avez suggéré, est-ce que je peux donner mon point de vue sur le paragraphe 5? Merci beaucoup. J'ai deux commentaires à ce niveau. Le premier, à la troisième ligne, je voudrais, après Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities, ajouter les femmes et les jeunes. Parce qu'ici, il s'agit de l'utilisation durable des espèces sauvages. Les femmes et les jeunes jouent un rôle important dans cette filière. Alors, deuxièmement, Monsieur le Président, il me semble que à la première phrase, à la première ligne de ces paragraphes, on est en train de sous-entendre que pour que le secrétaire exécutif fasse ce qui lui est demandé, il y a nécessité des ressources. Et je voudrais suggérer, Monsieur le Président, chaque fois, avant qu'on donne un mandat ou un travail au secrétaire exécutif, qu'on se rassure qu'il a les moyens de le faire. Parce que quand on donne la vision, on doit être en mesure de donner la provision. C'est à nous les partis d'aider le secrétariat à trouver les moyens nécessaires pour faire ce qu'on lui demande. Si on continue chaque fois à dire dans les limites des moyens, il y a des choses qui ne seront jamais faites, pourtant utiles et nécessaires dans le cadre de notre convention. Et on est souvent buté à ces problèmes de moyens et de ressources parce que justement la convention n'a pas de mécanisme de financement et propre à la convention et sous l'autorité de la convention.
Can you be brief, please, and
Je suis en train de conclure, Monsieur le Président. Je suis en train de conclure. Donc, à ce niveau ici, je demande qu'on supprime subject to the availability of resources et prochainement, on va travailler ensemble pour trouver un mécanisme de financement sous l'autorité de la Convention. Merci.
Thank you. So this is a proposal to delete subject to availability of financial resources. If there is any objection, please raise your hand and we can move. I see an objection from Australia, so we can keep it in brackets. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. Just quickly coming back to paragraph 4, my understanding is that in paragraph H, the reference to target 10, and in paragraph M, the reference to unsustainable before harvesting in the first line would also remain brackets. So we would add brackets around those two elements, target 10 in H and unsustainable before harvesting in M, which I believe was proposed by the UK. Regarding paragraph 5, we understand that in the original document, the Executive Secretary was expected to prepare draft complementary guidance on the specific topics that were identified in their analysis. But given that now we're going to have, we're going to request the Executive Secretary to undertake an analysis of those gaps and also to revise them in light of the views that have been expressed during this substa, we are still a bit hesitant to agree on this because it remains unclear exactly on which areas the Executive Secretary would actually prepare those complementary guidances. So for the time being, we would prefer to add brackets around paragraph 5 and to have an opportunity to come back to this at COP16 once we had the results and outcomes of the actions we are now requesting in the recommendation from Substa. So we would prefer to put brackets around paragraph 5. We do notice its importance, but we would prefer to have a step-by-step approach on this, given that, as we said in our previous intervention, we felt that some of the elements that were proposed didn't capture some of the very relevant inputs from the SPM of this assessment. Thank you.
So we keep in brackets 5, Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to seek your indulgence and see if the Secretariat could read subparagraph 4M as it stands.
Please, Secretariat.
Thank you, Chair. Coordinate efforts to halt the illegal bracket start and unsustainable bracket closed, harvesting and use of and trade in wild species while promoting sustainable, safe, legal, and bracket start traceable, bracket closed, trade in support of the achievement of Target 5 of the framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Canada.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, thank you very much for your approach to paragraph H and paragraph M. Canada was happy with the language as it was originally in these paragraphs, although we do agree with the addition of "and sustainable" to paragraph M, but we understand that these are now in brackets. Our comments are referencing paragraph 5. We also noticed the sequencing issue that Brazil raised. We wanted to include a reference, therefore, to the revised list of areas that are being prepared under the recommendation to the SBSTA. We understand that in the earlier recommendation that the SBSTA would be presenting this to the Conference of the Parties, and so there is an opportunity to evaluate it there. So in that regard, in the existing paragraph 5, in the middle of the paragraph where it reads, with a view to supporting the effective implementation of the framework, comma, taking into account the 7 key elements referred to in paragraph 4b, at this point we would insert, as well as the further analysis and revised list of areas that might require complementary guidance, prepared pursuant to recommendation 25 number of the SBSTA, so that we can make that link, and then the paragraph would continue. And then while I have the floor, I would again...
Canada, can you say that at dictation speed, please?
Sure. Okay. So taking at the part where it concludes with paragraph 4b, so the sentence that starts, that kind of concludes with taking into account the 7 key elements referred to in paragraph 4b, at this point I would insert, as well as the further analysis and revised list of areas that might require complementary guidance, prepared pursuant to recommendation 25/-- of the SBSTA, comma, and then it would continue as written in the paragraph. And
next one.
Chair, if you don't mind, I would also, in line with the comment I made in the earlier part of our evening, I would change with the support of the collaborative partnership to in collaboration with. So this is right in the first beginning of the paragraph. It requests the executive secretary, subject to the availability of resources, and here I would insert in collaboration with and delete the support of. And Canada would retain, subject to the availability of resources. We do take note of DRC's comments, and we recognize that part of these discussions are part of the budgeting discussions that occur, and thus we think it is appropriate to retain, subject to the availability of resources. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So subject retaining brackets and in collaboration with the collaborative partnership, and then the insertion after 4b, as well as future analysis and revised list and blah, 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 pursuing recommendation 25, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now I invite comments on paragraph 6. Canada.
Apologies, Chair. In paragraph 6, after other governments, I would again like to insert a reference to subnational governments. Thank you, Chair.
Representative of Women.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to suggest that in the different references to indigenous peoples and local communities, we could make the insertion of including women, because during these days and in previous sessions, we have tried to raise awareness about gender blindness into sustainable wildlife management. And during the previous interventions, we shared that women play a critical role in ensuring sustainable wildlife management. So our ask is short, is in the diverse reference to IPLC that we can say including women, and that is, thank you.
Is any party supporting these suggestions? Please raise your hand, but not women. Oh. Okay, thank you. I understand this is for the whole text, right? The suggestion whenever there's a mention of IPLC. Thank you. Comments on paragraph 7? Dear, si.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais suggérer l'ajout d'un paragraphe entre 6 et 7. Vous me permettez que je le lise au rythme des dictées? Merci.
No, first read it and then dictation speed. Just if you read fast, we have the idea, and then we go little by little.
Bon, pour que vous puissiez comprendre facilement, je les lis en anglais. Invite the parties, other governments and relevant organizations to promote positive incentives to enhance biodiversity conservation and the sustainable use of wildlife, in particular the biodiversity credit schemes, and in a way that makes this accessible to indigenous people and local communities engaged in conservation and sustainable wildlife management.
Now dictation speed, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Invites the parties, other governments and relevant organizations to promote positive incentives to enhance biodiversity conservation and the sustainable use of wildlife, in particular the biodiversity credit schemes, and in a way that makes these accessible to indigenous peoples and local communities engaged in conservation and sustainable wildlife management. Thank you.
Yeah, I should say indigenous people and local communities and women. EU.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you the Republic of Congo for this very important suggestion. We think this is a very important matter, but we do not think it belongs under this particular agenda item. We think these issues are tackled under the resource mobilization part of the Biodiversity Global Framework. Thank you, Chair.
So, are you suggesting to delete the paragraph, EU?
Yes, indeed. We think it should not go into this decision. Thank you.
Any other comment on regarding this paragraph? Can you consider to propose in a different document DRC, or you want to maintain it?
Monsieur le Président, il s'agit ici de l'utilisation durable des espèces sauvages. Et ceci est un élément clé de l'atteinte des objectifs du cadre mondial et même de la Convention. Alors ici, il s'agit juste de favoriser les incitations positives pour améliorer l'utilisation durable.
So you want to keep it?
Donc,
Binary response, yes.
Yes.
So we
yes.
keep it in brackets. Thank you very much. Togo?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était effectivement pour demander que ce paragraphe soit mis en crochet et soit maintenu. Nous trouvons que ce sont des éléments très importants et cela va nous permettre donc de mieux l'étudier et de voir donc sa consistance. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Brazil?
Thank you, Chair. I'll just seek some clarification in regards to paragraph 5. I understand that it remained in brackets. Is that correct, as we suggested? Thank you.
Malawi?
Thank you, Chair. Just to support the proposal by DRC, we feel that the incentives are really an important aspect for the communities to participate in conservation and sustainable wildlife management. So I think it's a good proposal to have. Thanks.
Thank you, Malawi. South Africa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. South Africa equally support DRC and Malawi, but I would like to confirm one word from DRC. Maybe I didn't hear it right. Did you say credit scheme or certification scheme? I just want to understand that word. Thank you.
It's credit, right? Credit scheme. Norway?
Thank you. We would like to support the EU in regards to the opinion that the biodiversity credit schemes this is perhaps not the place to raise that issue. Thank you.
So it's clear that there is no agreement. We keep the language with brackets on this idea to support investments in wildlife and sustainable use. I see no more comments on the paragraph, last paragraph. DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Pour le dernier paragraphe, je reviens avec ce que j'avais déjà dit plus haut, de supprimer subject to the availability of resources. Et puis, à la troisième ligne, comme cela devient déjà coutume, on ajoute les femmes et les jeunes. Merci.
Australia.
Thank you, Chair. We have the same comments. Well, actually, I didn't actually speak. I just waved at you before. We would like to keep subject to availability of resources. I think this is a phrase that's important. It's not just financial resources. We want to reiterate that this Executive Secretary and his team have a lot on their plate, and it is about prioritisation of efforts in the very few short months that we have to the next Substar and before we know it, the COP. So just wanted to make that clarification as to why we would support retention. In addition to that, like our Canadian colleagues intervened before on a paragraph, we would like to change to the third last line. Instead of with support of the collaborative partnership, we would change it to in collaboration with the collaborative partnership to be consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, we maintain consistency to collaborate with the collaborative, and also consistency to retain brackets when we refer to subject to availability of resources when we ask Secretariat to do things. I don't see more comments on the paragraph, the last paragraph of the document. So I propose to adopt this document as amended. I see no objections. We will produce an L document for this item. Now, let's move to document CRP 7 on item 3B, scientific, technical, and technological inputs that should inform the global review of collective progress in the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Remember, when we change subjects and their delegations changing people, do it in silence, please. We have very limited time. CRP 7 was prepared on the basis of a non-paper considered by a contact group co-chaired by Mr. Gott Vod Hansen of Norway and Mr. Bilal Questat of Jordan. I will now invite Mr. Voigt Hansen to provide us with a brief report on the progress. So, God, you have the floor. Norway.
Thank you, Chair. So, the contact group on item 3B, scientific, technical, and technological inputs that should inform the global review of collective progress in the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework met yesterday morning from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. and this morning from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The contact group had a good spirit of collaboration and worked well together. My co-chair and I would like to express our appreciation to the members of the contact group, especially given the technical difficulties that we had both yesterday and today. Despite this difficulty that my co-chair and I had to see who was raising their hand, that means their physical hand, to ask for the floor, we made very good progress. We had very good participation in the contact group, with many contributing to this discussion, and we are very pleased to be presenting the paper that you have before you. Brackets remain in 5 paragraphs, but we made progress in terms of agreeing on the need for the global report of collective progress on the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and on an ad hoc scientific and advisory group to support the development of the report. We also made progress on the scientific and technical elements of such a report and on considering the sources of information which we would be used to develop the report. There are still remaining issues, but these may be resolved when the full concrete procedures for global review of collective progress on the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework are developed by the SBI. Chair, we are pleased to provide you with the CRP that you have before you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Gaute and Bilal and the entire contact group for your hard work. The contact group was able to agree on the recommendation section as it stands, even though it has brackets based on the non-paper received. Here is document CRP 7. And I will use this opportunity attempt to clean some of the brackets. I think there are a few places where we can make progress, but I would encourage us not to waste time in negotiating this document, as there are already been significant progress made in the document. I'm sorry. I would like to take this document paragraph by paragraph, so let's start with the first paragraph. I open the floor for comments. I see no comments on paragraph 1, Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On paragraph 1, we have a question regarding the footnote. There is a 1 and nothing in the text. I guess that it may be a link to the decision that adopted the KMGBF, but I'm not sure, and I would like clarification. Thank you.
There is no link. It's a typo, so that's going to be deleted. Good day. Thank you. I see no comments on paragraph 1. Comments on paragraph 2. I see no request from the floor. Now, the section is starting with conference of the parties. Recalling. I see no comments. Underscoring. Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a minor point. There seems to be a change in the word compared to the non-paper, so now this doesn't make sense. I think it should read underscoring the critical importance of the scientific, technical and technological inputs, including from traditional knowledge, for all the elements of the global review. I think saying of all the elements doesn't make sense.
Thank you. It's the importance of, you said the scientific, technical and technological inputs, including from traditional knowledge, for all the elements of the global review. Thank you. You are a native English speaker. I trust in you. Paragraph starting with recognizing. I see no comments. Next page. Paragraph with recognizing also. I see no comments. Paragraph starting with welcoming. I see no comments. Paragraph starting with stressing. I see no comment. Paragraph 1, decides. Include subparagraphs. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And in paragraph 1, I would like to draw attention to subparagraphs F and G. From our recollection, we didn't manage to reach consensus on those two subparagraphs. Actually, there was a lot of different proposals. From Brazil perspective, G would not be an additional paragraph, it would be an alternate to F. So from our perspective, we will need to keep both of those subparagraphs in brackets for the time being. We struggle a bit to understand why they're being presented without brackets, given that we had a substantial amount of discussions on this and there were a lot of divergence around those two issues. We would prefer to reintroduce our proposal as we had presented, and we really encourage countries to consider that our original proposal, because we spent a lot of time trying to capture our proposal in the contact group. So we would prefer to reintroduce our proposal, which would read as a compilation of successful cases in the implementation of the framework that provide co-benefits for multiple social, economic, and environmental goals, comma, including multilateral environmental agreements and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its SDGs, taking into account different national circumstances and in line with respective mandates. We understand that it would be useful to have this for further consideration, and this would be more faithful to the discussions we had over the last days. And in any case, we understand that all of those proposals will need to remain in brackets, both F, G, which from our perspective should be rephrased as F alt, and our original text. Thank you.
Please repeat your suggestion at dictation speed, Brazil.
Sure. Our proposal would read as a compilation of successful cases in the implementation of the framework that provide co-benefits for multiple social, economic, and environmental goals, including relevant multilateral environmental agreements and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, taking into account different national circumstances and in line with respective mandates. So our understanding is that we would have F and G in brackets. Our proposal would also be included in brackets, and the G would be renumbered as F alt. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I see that what was G and now is alt F, the first part is identical to what you read. At the end, it includes the part including the MAAs and the 2030 agenda, and it's SDG is taken into account and so on. So the first part is the same, right? What you read twice, but you prefer to maintain the three options and not to add your part at the alt F, whatever you prefer. The three or the two with the last part added, because it's the same, the first part.
Thank you, Chair. We will be flexible to then merge our additions to F alt F, but in any case, we would add brackets around F and F alt. Thank you.
Yeah. For clarity, we'll keep the three in brackets. Thank you. New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my apologies, but you were going quite fast, and I would like to request a small edit to the previous preambular paragraph beginning with stressing. Where it says final global review, we believe the word final should be second, because the GBF refers to global review as part of a cyclical system, and the word final doesn't appear anywhere. And we feel like it could be prejudicial to our ability to talk about global reviews in the next decade. So if we could make that second global review, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I got what you said, because it's the importance of the second global assessment for when we mean the final global review of progress on the 2030, yeah, just to delete final, because the 2030 is it's the global review. I mean, it's not the final.
This paragraph is, or that reference there is referring to the second global review, which will be able to be informed by the second global assessment. So we believe the word final should be second. It should say the second global review. Thank you.
Second global assessment for a second global review? Is what you're saying?
That's right. So in this regard, it's acknowledging the importance of the second global assessment for the second global review, because the second global review will happen after. So we're not altering the sentence in any way. We're just saying that we should refer to the second global review rather than call it the final global review, as that's more in keeping with the GBF and the planning decision.
I'd like to know if there is any consistency in saying that this is the second global review, because I believe if you read complete, is the global review of progress in the implementation of the 2030 mission. So that keeps you in the time, and we are not numbering any first or second or third global review. Certainly there is a global assessment from IPBES, but are we start numbering in CBD? But because this is the review for the 2030, certainly. But I'm your hands. So for me, what you're suggesting is new. Okay, and also in that sense, the final makes sense in the sense that we will have a midterm review in 26, 27. So this is the final, but for the 2030 mission. So it's not necessarily the second global. I see Norway raising your hand. Help me.
We support the intervention made by New Zealand. So we agreed 2 reviews, one at COP17 and one at COP19. Couldn't we try saying global assessment for the global review at COP19 to be specific and not first and second? If New Zealand's comfortable with that.
But that's what it says at the end of the paragraph. Because it sounds strange to have one global assessment, one global review, then second global assessment of IPBES, then a second global review from CBD. But we have a midterm and then the global review for 2030, which is different from the one we had for the end of Aichi targets. But Norway again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it's just the final, that's the issue. We decided to, so we're also comfortable with the second global review as suggested by New Zealand. So maybe that's the best option, and then we don't start playing around with the full sentence. So what we're trying to say is the importance of the second global assessment provided by IPBES. But we also decided 2 global reviews under CBD, one at COP17 and one at COP19. So our suggestion is to go back to what New Zealand proposed and have the sentence read second global assessment, and that's the one from IPBES for the second global review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's put, meanwhile, second global review. Now I'll give the floor to Argentina, followed by Jamaica and Mexico.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We don't have any problem with deleting final there, but our concern, now that New Zealand pointed out this particular expression, is that it's it's a bit twisted the way in which it's named afterward, what the review is for. Because what we accepted at COP15 was the global review of collective progress. And now we have global review of progress in implementation of the 2030 mission, which actually is an action-oriented statement and not a target or a goal. So going with the thinking of Norway and New Zealand, our suggestion would be to have the importance of the second global assessment for the global review of collective progress, delete in the implementation of the 2030 mission and the targets of the framework, and then just closed to be considered by the Conference of the Parties at its 19th meeting.
Thank you, Argentina. I hope it's acceptable. I see no in New Zealand. I was trying to say something like that by not saying the second and not saying the final. It's for the global review of progress to be considered by the COP19. Thank you. I see noting. Good. Jamaica, following Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would support the intervention made by Argentina just now. And Mr. Chair, just to clarify that, how did you treat with the paragraphs F and G in I? Under paragraph 1, subparagraphs F and G, because you said in the end that you would bracket all three. We heard Brazil make an intervention that G was an F alt. It is not. So I just wanted to be sure, Mr. Chair, how you have treated with these two paragraphs, and then to treat with Brazil's paragraph. How is that represented in the text? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It would be F, alt F, the second one, and the Brazilian is the second alt of F, as suggests, because I'm referring to the same issue. And yeah, three different options in the same F. Yes, Jamaica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's not our understanding. So our understanding is that it's F, a G is a separate paragraph, and then the Brazilian construct would be the alt to those two. So that would be our understanding, Mr. Chair. So you're nodding, you're shaking your head, so we need to get some clarification. My understanding in leaving the contact group is that we would have two new paragraphs which would specify different concepts. We did take the first part of the Brazilian text and made it a new standalone paragraph. That's why there's a G. And then we would have our colleagues from Brazil's construct. So it would be two separate paragraphs plus the Brazilian construct. G is not the alt of F. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the clarification, Jamaica. I see the Secretary is noting, but what I understood to my colleague from Brazil is that G was originally an alternate for F. That's what I understood. And he was offering an alt for F with the new formulation of Brazil. That's why I thought they were different. But you have a different opinion that G is not an alt for F, is what you're saying. Do you want to react to Brazil? Can we then consider F and then G and the new formulation of Brazil as a alt for G? I'm in your hands. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to remind colleagues that we didn't achieve consensus on this. We had a lot of discussions on this topic. Brazil has never agreed to include two different paragraphs. From our perspective, if this is an issue for Jamaica, then we would refer to the new G as G/F alt F, because then we would highlight that there are divergent views as to what this would be an additional paragraph or an alternate to F. And I think this would be more faithful to the discussions we had. And I would remind that we didn't achieve any consensus on this during the contact groups, and we actually struggled to understand why this was not reflected in the CRP. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll leave this to be very clear as to the Secretariat, so we can see this in the L version. Yeah. Okay. So let's move on. México.
Gracias, señor presidente. Con respecto al párrafo F y la propuesta de Brasil, según nuestras notas, no hubo consenso, efectivamente, entonces iban a quedar como dos párrafos distintos, dado que piden cosas distintas, el enfoque es distinto y veíamos valor en la propuesta de Brasil de tener una compilación de casos exitosos, pero también tener la compilación de las ligas y las contribuciones de otros multilateral environmental agreements. Sin embargo, según mis notas, de acuerdo a la propuesta de Brasil, habíamos acordado, pero no sé, a lo mejor no recuerdo bien, borrar todo hasta de including hasta mandates. Y entonces quedaba mucho más simple. Si Brasil ha sometido nuevamente este párrafo, solo quería solicitar una aclaración porque creo que la frase taking into account different national circumstances and in line with the respective mandates no hace mucho sentido en este párrafo en particular porque es una compilación de casos exitosos. Entonces, si ya fueron implementados estos casos, asumo que se tomaron en cuenta los mandatos y las circunstancias nacionales. Creo que en este caso particular esa frase no iría, no tiene mucho sentido, pero puedo esperar la aclaración de nuestros colegas de Brasil. Gracias.
¿Brasil quiere reaccionar?
Gracias, señor presidente. Quisiera solamente aclarar que para nosotros esta referencia todavía es importante, teniendo en cuenta de que hay visiones diferentes sobre lo que se espera de ese nuevo subpárrafo. Sobre todo, desde nuestra perspectiva, hay que tener en cuenta que los acuerdos multilaterales ambientales tienen diferentes mandatos y no nos parecería adecuado introducir un tipo de ejercicio en el que el convenio empezaría a monitorear el cumplimiento de otros acuerdos. Por ello que hemos incluido este caveat sobre los mandatos que en ese momento preferiríamos mantener. Gracias.
Gracias. Mi sugerencia es que mantengamos las tres opciones y continuemos con los demás párrafos. Doy la palabra a Australia, seguido de Suiza.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to support the explanation provided by Jamaica to clarify our understanding that we came up with two separate paragraphs. So if you would like to park them and move on, then that's fine.
Thank you. Suiza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we also had the same understanding as Jamaica. It is correct that I think we didn't finish our discussion on this, but what is clear is that we had the paragraph F and paragraph G as it is reflected in the CRP. That was an option. And then we, in our understanding, we have an additional option that was introduced by Brazil that was on the table. That is now, I understand, reflected, but we would like to, as mentioned by Jamaica, keep F and G as it is in the CRP, and then have an alternative to these two paragraphs. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina.
Gracias, señor presidente. Mi entendimiento es similar al expresado por los compañeros. Entendíamos que la propuesta de Brasil seguía en la mesa para consideración. Y en adición a lo mencionado, nuestro entendimiento es que tampoco concluimos la discusión del subpárrafo H. Y nuestro entendimiento es que permanecía entre corchetes en su totalidad. En particular, mi delegación no podría aceptar la primera parte del subpárrafo H sin algunos de los calificativos que le continúan. Muchas gracias.
Argentina está sugiriendo entonces enconchetar todo el H. DRC.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Ce paragraphe, justement, on sait qu'il est à ce niveau entrecroché dans sa deuxième partie, mais je voudrais suggérer à la dernière phrase qu'on précise qu'il s'agit de la perte des moteurs de perte de la biodiversité. Donc, drivers of biodiversity loss. Thank you.
DRC, what you are suggesting is to include before addressing the engines driving biodiversity loss. Engines. I have the impression that the terminology we use is drivers of biodiversity loss. I don't know, it's a matter of translation, but that's why I usually understand drivers of biodiversity loss. But again. DRC.
Merci. Je reviens encore. C'est au paragraphe H, à la dernière ligne. À la fin là, drivers of biodiversity loss. Merci.
Right. Of biodiversity loss. Biodiversity is missing. Thank you. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to recur to what Jamaica has said. It is unfortunate that we had a different understanding in the contact group of how we ended up with F and G, but I would hope in a spirit of compromise that we can keep F and G as separate paragraphs and move on. Thank you.
We are keeping F as a single paragraph, G as a single paragraph, and then the Brazilian proposal as an alt for both. This is as it stands. Thank you. Cameron.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole donnée. Je voudrais ici supporter l'intervention de la Jamaïque et de la Suisse et de l'Allemagne. Nous convenons qu'il y a eu beaucoup de discussions dans le groupe, mais qu'il n'y a pas eu de consensus. Mais il a été, après plusieurs discussions, il est ressorti les deux aspects. L'aspect de la coopération entre les conventions relatives à une décision de la COP, la décision 13 de la COP, pour pouvoir favoriser les synergies. Et maintenant, le Brésil estimait qu'on ne pouvait pas effectivement engager la Convention sur les missions qui ne sont pas la sienne, a fait une proposition sur les compilations des meilleures pratiques et des meilleurs cas. Donc c'est pour ça qu'en groupe, on a voulu séparer les deux aspects. Donc, c'est pour ça que nous nous retrouvons avec une partie F et une
They are
partie
already
G.
separate.
Voilà, on voudrait effectivement que, bon, s'il peut y avoir des améliorations, mais que ça aille dans ce sens-là, puisqu'on voulait maintenir les deux aspects qui étaient importants, l'aspect des synergies entre les accords multilatéraux et l'aspect des successful cases and best practices. Merci.
Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to flag that during the contact group, we didn't agree on splitting the paragraph. This was not the view of Brazil. We have consistently expressed this. So I would encourage countries not to say that we reached some sort of understanding or an agreement when in fact we didn't. We made it clear that we will not be in a position to accept the paragraph F, given that from our perspective, this would encroach on the mandate of other conventions, and that our initial proposal was intended as an alternate to F. So from our perspective, to truly reflect the discussions we had, the new G would have to include G/Alt-F, because that was actually the understanding that Brazil and others expressed during the contact group meetings. We didn't agree on having two separate paragraphs. We did suggest retaining all options on the table in brackets for further consideration. But once again, I honestly, maybe it was in a different meeting, because I honestly don't recall agreeing on two separate issues, especially because from our perspective, the original F would encroach on the mandate of other conventions. We'd also like to support the comment made by Argentina regarding paragraph H. From our recollection of the last version of the non-paper, this paragraph was in brackets in its totality, and we didn't actually have time to address it. So we struggled to understand why the brackets were not maintained in the CRP. So we would add brackets around paragraph H, especially because we didn't even have time to address this in the last meeting of the contact group. Thank you.
H is already in brackets, as suggested by Argentina. France?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Notre propos porte également sur le paragraphe H, qui est pour nous un paragraphe très important. C'est important de pouvoir indiquer que nous allons vouloir avoir une conclusion à ce travail. Nous avions une proposition pour rendre ce paragraphe plus concis et le nettoyer de ses crochets. Et l'idée, ce serait de s'arrêter après mise en œuvre, donc implementation, puisque de toute façon, ce paragraphe commence par l'idée que nous allons explorer des options. Donc de toute façon, dans la compréhension qu'on a du langage de ce paragraphe, c'est quelque chose qui sera non prescriptif. Donc notre proposition pour essayer d'avancer et de pouvoir nettoyer un petit peu ce paragraphe et le rendre plus concis serait de s'arrêter après mise en œuvre, implementation. Merci.
Belgium.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I'm just wondering, what are we doing? Because if we just take back the original paragraph, as mentioned by my colleague from Brazil, I also looked at my notes now, and I see that we did have also some discussion on his text. So we cannot just accept then his original text. Then we have to also include the discussion that we had on that text, if we're going to accept it, according to me. Because else we didn't do anything we did all for nothing. Then I would also like to draw your attention that there's a small typo. Before small paragraph C, there is a bracket. And I was wondering where the end bracket was, but I guess it's a mistake. And I was wondering, are we trying to solve brackets here, or because we've also missed a bracket which was in an earlier page, but you just passed that whole page, that whole paragraph, without trying to solve that bracket. So we're not trying to solve brackets here this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm trying to be practical. If I see that there is divergence and no hope to solve it, just keep it and moving. I oversee the one you are referring on, the one recognizing, apologies. I didn't ask about it, but I asked if there's any comment that there was no intent by anybody to remove it or make comments, unless you want to try. But that's why I'm asking if there are comments. I mean, if there is a will, if there is an appetite, try to solve it. We can try. if I hear different opinions supported by more than one party in each, I mean, we're not going anywhere, so let's continue. So I'm trying to be practical, right? In that sense, if I didn't see the one on the preamble of the Conference of the Parties recommendations start at the end of the page 1, recognizing contributions of IPBES and blah, 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 and the paragraph at the end, and noting the role of the global environmental outlook on major international scientific and technical assessment in improving global biodiversity knowledge and information is in brackets. Can we agree to delete the brackets in order to retain the text? Is anyone opposing to delete the brackets and to keep the text? Please raise your hand. There is a position from two parties, so we continue. Now I'll give the floor to Sweden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to add our view to the discussion of F and G. For us, F is the standalone paragraph. We highlighted that we see it really important to address the interlinkages and contributions. We hear that Brazil has a different understanding, but we supported that paragraph all the way, so it has to be reflected that this is a standalone part and that there is another view on how to deal with G. We also hear that Brazil or Argentina, I don't recall, said, well, we had never time to discuss H. Well, that's why we're here. We would really like to try to lift the brackets around H, because that is actually the whole essence of the global review. If we cannot agree on conclusions, then we don't need to carry out a review. So we see that there are brackets around in a non-descriptive manner and including summary of gaps in knowledge and the end of it. But we would really like to try to lift the brackets around H. If we have to keep some of it inside, well, fair enough. But maybe we should start with the exercise of lifting the brackets of the most essential part, actually, of the review report, the conclusions and what we should do afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm wondering if there is any appetite to work in H. I heard there's the suggestion to bracket the whole H, but I wonder if there is any particular, and I asked to Brazil and Argentina, a possible way forward regarding to have a conclusion and options for addressing gaps and challenges in implementations, or any alternative to this paragraph in order to save the importance to have this type of content. Brazil, maybe? It's a possible way forward.
Thank you, Chair. Well, with the spirit of compromise, we could accept H in a more streamlined version, which would read as a conclusion exploring options for addressing identified gaps and challenges in implementation in a non-prescriptive manner. Thank you.
Thank you for the flexibility. Can we go along with this proposal? Is anyone opposing to this language? Raise your hand. New Zealand, Argentina. So there's no agreement there. And meanwhile, I'll give the floor to Finland and then Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also in H, and I think we could really need to find a compromise here. We could have followed the France proposal to have and include also the Brazil's proposal, a conclusion exploring options for addressing identified gaps and challenges in implementation, full stop. That would be very short and neat and no caveats whatsoever. Thank you.
Argentina?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On that particular paragraph, we could go with the proposal by Brazil, but we would like to add non-intrusive and non-punitive before manner. I also would like to point out that there's also another footnote without any text, and that's footnote number 3, that is in the second preamble paragraph that starts with underscoring. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. New Zealand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were supportive of including the reference to successful policy interventions for addressing the drivers of loss. We would be happy to accept that to be shortened to of successful policy interventions. However, we can go along with the approach proposed by Brazil, but if we did, we think it would be useful to lift up that reference to policy interventions into G, because G currently is very similar. It refers to successful cases, and we question the value of case studies in this sort of document. We think it would be preferable, instead of in G saying successful cases, to then say successful policy interventions, and then we could go along with the more streamlined version of H suggested by Brazil. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I was confused because I thought we were speaking on H and then you start talking about content on G, on successful cases and best practices. I'm sorry, I was a little bit lost. And then you came back again to H. I understand there's some connection between J, but what we have is a concrete proposal. One is to have the first part, then Brazil mentioned if it includes a non-prescriptive manner, can be a way forward. And then it's an inclusion and also with the non-intrusive and punitive element. I don't know if we're going in the right direction for something short and more flexible. So I like to propose if we can leave again with the suggestion from Brazil until in a non-prescriptive manner, to say a conclusion exploring options for addressing identified gaps and challenges in implementation in a non-descriptive manner. Could this be a compromise without complicating with more details? I see nodding. Is there any opposition? Oh, Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not think that our proposal is controversial. It's language that comes from the actual decision of COP15 that enacts this multidimensional approach to planning, monitoring, reporting, and review. So we haven't heard any opposition either to our proposal. We think that probably it could fit. Thank you.
Thank you. So I put forward the proposal, also including in a non-prescriptive manner, non-intrusive and non-punitive, right? So if there is language, is anybody opposing to this formulation? Belgium, I see many hands. So we need flexibility from all if we want. So that's why I was suggesting to go until in a non-prescriptive manner. Could this be acceptable for Argentina as a compromise? Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I gladly hear the reasons for the opposition to include what it's described in paragraph 3 as of decision 15/5, 15/6 as elements of the global review of collective progress and of the multidimensional approach to planning, monitoring, reporting, and review in a general manner. So happy to hear why we shouldn't use what we decided in December as guiding principles of what we're going to do with this global report. Thank you.
I think what we want is to see if we reach an agreement. If I ask for explanations, this can take quite long, and maybe we will not go anywhere. So the request from Argentina is also to include a non-intrusive and non-punitive, since this is part of the language of a decision that is already adopted by the COP. Any appetite to go with this, or what we're going to have is the whole paragraph in brackets with no instructions to have a conclusion. Is this the best technical and scientific advice we can give? Belgium, followed by Germany.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, what we could propose is to lift at least the brackets around the whole paragraph and keep in a non-descriptive manner between brackets. That would be a solution that we at least delete some of the brackets, that until we find agreement on non-descriptive, or also the other addition by our colleague from Argentina, until we can solve that problem. I would like to propose that, because I think we've got agreement on lifting the brackets. Only the last part would then still stay in brackets, if that's agreeable for Argentina and Brazil. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So you propose to keep clean text from the beginning until implementation, and then, but I think it was not opposition to maintain in a non-descriptive manner. It was no opposition, so it can be as a piece, a conclusion exploring options for addressing, delete any, identify gaps and challenges in implementation in a non-prescriptive manner. For me, seems the most practical, and then is the reference in a non-intrusive and punitive of, or I'm wondering if few parties can join and look for a reduction of this subparagraph and maybe come later as a small group with Belgium and Argentina. Sorry. Thank you. And I've been reminded that we have only 30 minutes more of interpretation, so we need to be very efficient. So is there an appetite to try to look for some work if I invite, in principle, Belgium and Argentina and New Zealand to see if you can reach an agreed language on this? So I'll invite you to meet in the corridors while we continue working with further paragraphs. We need to make progress, please, and still a lot to be done. Yes, Okay, Argentina, then I see is Germany and Switzerland, raising hands.
Thank you,
And
Ms.
Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I've just heard that there are delegations that think that saying that this is non-prescriptive goes against their goals, their idea of this paragraph. So my reading is that they want this to be prescriptive. I would suggest to leave this in brackets and we can discuss, because we will need time to figure out where are we going to land, in my view, because definitely I think the complete opposite thing. So it's going to be difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the spirit of compromise, can we try to lift the brackets and say a conclusion exploring options for addressing any identified gaps and challenges in implementation in a non-descriptive manner, no brackets, but also new text as introduced before. Because we had plenty of chances to put new text in a contact group. It wasn't done, but the non-descriptive was there, and maybe we can try without brackets, but stop after non-descriptive. Thank you.
That's what I propose already, and I don't know what the beeps means, but I make a last try. Is that acceptable to Argentina? No. So I invite to have no more discussions on this, the whole paragraphs in bracket, and move to next paragraph, where we have 2 and 3 in brackets. I see Cameroon, Jamaica. Okay. I mean, to avoid discussion on this, I don't like to hear more comments on H, please, and move on. Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I'm really very disappointed because I've had my hand up for the longest time. And now you have said that you don't want any more comments on H. So I really don't know what we're doing. I mean, I just see certain parties being called upon more than once, twice, on the same matter. So, Mr. Chair, are you going to allow comments on H?
Make a comment, but this paragraph already is fully bracketed for a long time ago. But
okay, Mr.
you
Chair,
have a magical solution.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I will follow your guidance. And since it's all bracketed, but I really am very disappointed in how it is that the floor is being assigned to comment on things that we have come here to negotiate. So could you please give some of us another chance to be able to make our input in what is being discussed? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Jamaica. Do you have any concrete suggestion on H? Okay, Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On paragraph 2, we in contact group we explained that we thought that it was really redundant for us. It was understood that the GBF of course was done in a balanced manner amongst the 3 objectives. So we think this is completely repetitious, but to try to find something positive here, we think and our proposal would be to remove all the square brackets in that draft paragraph, including as reflected in the framework and in a balanced manner, and see if the room could support that. We would be supportive. Thank you.
If I understand well, you're suggesting to remove the brackets, so to say also decide that the 3 objectives of the convention must be considered in the global report in a balanced manner, as reflected in the framework. Any opposition to lift the brackets and to retain all text? I don't see any hand. Thank you. So this one is agreed. We remove some brackets finally. And now I see DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous devons évoluer rapidement. Je vous promets que dans la suite de mes interventions, parce que le document a déjà été très bien discuté. Je vais juste donner de petits détails, mais qui, à nos yeux, sont de grande taille. Bon, cela étant, je commence par ce paragraphe 2. Donc, on soutient la position donnée par le Canada et on peut évoluer. Merci.
Thank you. Now I open the floor for comments on paragraph 3, if there is an opportunity to lift brackets. DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Au paragraphe 3, je voudrais juste qu'on précise qu'il s'agit à la première ligne de la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial de la biodiversité Kunming-Montréal for the implementation of the GMGBF. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can insert this reference to the, and then delete the brackets. Can we go along with this proposal? Is there any opposition, please raise your hand. Canada?
I hesitate to say opposition. I have a question. I mean, I don't think any of us, indeed our convention, recognizes that there are specific challenges for implementation from developing countries, and particularly least developed countries in smaller and developing states. I'm just having trouble understanding how that's going to be captured in the global review report. And I'm wondering if, I forget which party proposed this or how it came about, but if someone could help understand in practice how the review report will reflect that. Is it a separate section? Is it a subsection under each target that goes into some detail? And yeah, I'm just trying to understand in practice what it would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Brazil. I hope some of the followings can respond.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to paragraph 3, which I believe was an original proposal from Brazil, we would suggest to retain only a reference to, in particular, for developing countries, and delete the reference to and least developed countries and small island developing states among them. The rationale behind this is that we think this is more consistent with section I of the GBF, which only refers to developing country parties in general. While we understand the special circumstances of LDCs and SIDS, we do notice that this is covered, for instance, in the specific targets on means of implementation. But when it comes to implementation in general and enabling conditions, we would prefer them to have a more general reference to developing countries. So we would suggest a more streamlined version of this paragraph. Further decides that the specific challenges for implementation, in particular for developing countries, will be considered throughout the global report. And just a quick reaction to the comment from the distinguished colleague from Canada. Yes, we think that those challenges could be considered as a cross-cutting issue. So, for instance, in the assessments of the targets, there could be included a reflection on what would actually be the challenges that developing countries have been facing to implement a specific target, which may relate to perhaps the lack of capabilities or to monitor a specific issue of the target, or the lack of adequate financial support, lack of expertise. So from our perspective, this would be included somehow as a cross-cutting issue when appropriate, and of course this would depend on each target. So we would prefer then to rephrase 3 as further decides that the specific challenges for implementation, in particular for developing countries, will be considered throughout the global report. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Jamaica, and apologies for overseeing you before.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and your apology is accepted. Mr. Chair, for us, we would like the retention of particular, in fact, Mr. Chair, we would like for developing countries, in particular small island developing states and least developed countries. Mr. Chair, this is in Decision 15/6, as Brazil said, on means of implementation. And in fact, this section is talking about implementation. So in 15/6, it talks about the challenges that we will have in implementation of the enhanced multidimensional approach. And so, Mr. Chair, and in fact, at this meeting with the IPBES report, it spoke specifically about the challenges that small island developing states will face. So, Mr. Chair, we would like the retention and we would like a rephrasing of it to say for developing countries, in particular, small island developing states and least developed countries, comma, and in response to Canada's comment, when we start to discuss challenges, Mr. Chair, in terms of implementation, yes, it will cover developing countries, but we would like some specific reference in that to small island developing states and least developed countries and their challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jamaica. But if I understand well, May reads further besides that specific challenges for implementation in developing countries and in particular least developed countries and small islands, developing states among them, will be considered throughout the report. It's more close to common language, but I'm wondering if this can be accepted by Brazil as well as a compromise. Brazil?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm afraid I cannot accept this as a compromise. We do notice, for instance, that developing megadiverse countries will have a significant responsibility for the implementation of the GPF, so that is why we would prefer to retain a more general reference on developing countries. If this is not acceptable for the room, then we would suggest them simply keeping the brackets and trying to address this at a later stage at the COP, because from our perspective it's not appropriate to single out specific subgroups within developing countries. Even though we acknowledge the specific reference to seeds and LDCs under Goal D and Target 19, we do notice that there are other implementation challenges that do not only refer to financial resources and means of implementation. They relate, for instance, to monitoring and adequate capacities to implement large-scale policies. So from our perspective, we would prefer to retain the brackets for the time being. Thank you.
Thank you. DRC?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ici, nous voudrions éviter les erreurs du passé. Alors, à ce niveau, nous pensons que ce rapport global pourra servir comme une évaluation à mi-parcours qui va nous permettre de tirer les conclusions nécessaires et d'améliorer les aspects qui n'ont pas bien marché pour la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial jusqu'en 2030. Donc, cela étant, nous supportons que les pays en développement, comme venait de le dire le Brésil, s'ils éprouvent beaucoup plus de difficultés, cela devrait être rapporté pour qu'on trouve des mesures de correction qui vont permettre d'améliorer la situation et que donc ce paragraphe, à notre avis, est important. Et si on regarde bien, dans les pays en développement, il y a les petits États insulaires, etc. Donc c'est mieux de rester dans le global parce que ici, il s'agit vraiment des difficultés rencontrées par, en fait, les vulnérables. Merci.
DRC, what you're saying is you are happy to maintain until developing countries when you refer to general, or no mention of any country, just further decide the specific challenges for implementation of the framework will be considered through the global report. So no mention of, it could be challenges for developed countries, for developing countries and for any country. So can we go along with that to consider limitations on the implementation in a general way? I see no opposition to this language. Jamaica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we don't want to also detain the group on the matter. Mr. Chair, we cannot go back because, you know, our concern is that the global review will be done and there will be no mention at all about the fact that SIDS from the beginning and least developed countries will have a challenge. And Mr. Chair, we are a little bit disturbed when we hear our colleagues talking about mega diverse countries will have the most weight to push in the implementation of the GBF. We all are required to implement the GBF. It's a collective responsibility. Mr. Chair, please, if we cannot agree here, if you could put it in square brackets, we would like to revisit this matter again. We would like a mention of the particular specific challenges that SIDS and LDCs will face in implementation of the GBF. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jamaica. Australia?
Thank you, Chair. Australia just wanted to lend our support for the comments regarding acknowledging implementation challenges for all parties, not just for developing country parties, but also wanted to support Jamaica's comments about recognising in particular the unique challenges that small island developing states make, and we think that those should be highlighted in this report.
Yes, but we don't have agreement in any, or the general, or the specific, or the very specific, so let's move. I'd like to hear comments on paragraph 4, and meanwhile, all 3 is in brackets. DRC, on paragraph 4.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. 2 petits détails sur le paragraphe 4. Premier, à la première ligne, après to draw upon, je voudrais qu'on ajoute data and, après information, et ça continue. Et puis à la fin, après indigenous people, je voudrais qu'on ajoute and local communities. Merci.
Sweden.
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We agree with the content of the paragraph, but we think that there are 2 parts and are not necessarily connected. We agree that we should, of course, focus mostly on peer-reviewed scientific and technical and technological information, and I think that is common practice. But then we also have the element of traditional knowledge, and traditional knowledge in that way is not peer-reviewed. And here it appears that that should be part of the peer-reviewed information. So we would like to separate those parts and delete including and after the comma as well as traditional knowledge given access to with FPIC and so on. So we are clear about that. Well, we have the peer-reviewed scientific, technical and technological information as one part and TK as the other part, which is not subject to peer-reviewed processes in general. Thank you.
So to change included but by as well as. Thank you. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With this particular paragraph, we have a doubt, because now looking at the draft decision as a whole, it seems a little bit repetitive with what we discussed in more detail in paragraph 6. Paragraph 6 says, decides that the following sources of information should be drawn upon when preparing the global report. And paragraph 4 says, emphasizes that the global report should draw upon information provided by, and it says some of the things that we have in paragraph 6, but not all of them. So I would wonder how this would be read. Then paragraph, like the ones in 4 are more important, and the ones in 6, some of them are in 4 and are very important, but the others not so much. So I would wonder if we actually need paragraph 4. I know it's a bit late maybe for the discussion, but I really wonder if it doesn't create a bit of confusion. Thank you.
Okay, Secretariat is pointing the difference is a qualifier in some way. On 4 is emphasizing, and on 6 is deciding that these are the sources. So one is the recognition and the other is the decide. And if it helps, 6A has brackets and 4 do not. Yeah, but one thing is emphasizing. I don't know if that helps. It's from different perspective. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We would support the previous comment from Sweden. We do notice that the reference to traditional knowledge has been better captured in 6.I. So we share with the sentiments of Argentina in this regard. Do we really need paragraph 4? We think it might create confusion within the process of preparation of the report, given that it seems to us that now that we're giving like 2 distinct comments to the preparation of the report. So perhaps we could explore trying to delete paragraph 4 and retaining only 6 with the sources. Thank you. I would just like to pose this to the floor for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll put for your consideration deletion of 4 in the understanding that main elements there are already along 6. Any opposition for deletion? I see 1 hand, 2 hands, more hands. Can we live with the paragraph? I mean, could be repetitive, but I don't see harm to emphasize the different types of information, in particular peer review, but as well as traditional knowledge. Can we live with the paragraph as it is? Any opposition to keep it? I don't see any hand. Thank you. Now comments on paragraph 5. DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais juste suggérer qu'on ajoute à la première phrase de ce paragraphe 5, avant transparency, qu'on ajoute balance. Merci.
So the word balance should be before transparency? I see noting. Thank you. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was raising the hand when you were asking regarding paragraph 4. I could just make an example. For example, in paragraph 4, it emphasizes information provided by parties, peer-reviewed scientific, technical, and technological information, and now separated, as well as traditional knowledge. In paragraph 6, these are included, so I would say these are emphasized because of paragraph 4. But then, for example, in paragraph 6, we have reports and means of implementations reviewed by SBI, And that's not, in my view, something that I would easily set under one of the three things that are in paragraph 4. And in my view, those should also be emphasized. So the relation between these two paragraphs becomes a bit complicated. I'm not against anything in paragraph 4, but I would like, if what parties want is to keep and emphasize on some of the information, I would like to have a full review on what information we are emphasizing. So I would say that we keep it in brackets and we discuss the relation between these two paragraphs when we have time and we are able to finalize the discussion. Thank you.
So let's keep it in brackets. Canada, followed by DRC.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. 2 points. One, just to point out that we had paragraph 2 where, you know, we recognize that, I think many of us, that there was some repetition and duplication, but we were okay leaving there because some parties really wanted it. And so we might have a similar situation here. So maybe asking for a little bit of reciprocity. But if that's not the case, and recognizing that there certainly is a connection between 4 and 6, one way forward might be to use 4 and incorporate it into the chapeau on 6 so that it's all together. And so kind of a tone-setting chapeau that kind of sets the stage about the importance of drawing upon information provided by parties and best available peer-reviewed and traditional knowledge. And then we have the more detail A through, I think it's J. That could be a way forward as well. Thanks.
But this can be included, because 6 is saying that besides the following sources should be drawn when preparing, and it's a list, and in number 4 it says emphasize. So how to fit, or we take out emphasize, is drop on information provided by parties based available. So to include is information provided by parties and the best available information. So it's like the end of line 1 to be moved as part of the chapeau of 6, is what you're suggesting? Can you help me on this? I'll ask Secretariat to formulate the redaction.
Thanks. So this would read, decides that the global report should draw upon data and information provided by parties and the best available peer-reviewed scientific, technical, and technological information, as well as traditional knowledge, given access to with the free, prior, informed consent of Indigenous people and local communities, which would include the following sources, :
Any opposition? Belgium is opposing, so it's not flying. And the suggestion then is to bracket this paragraph. I'll give the floor to DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous serions d'accord avec la proposition faite par le secrétariat en fonction de la position soulevée par le Canada. Alors, ici, peut-être pour répondre un peu à l'Argentine, il s'agit d'un paragraphe qui reprend deux éléments clés, les oubliés. Premier, c'est le consentement libre, éclairé et informé au préalable. Deux, c'est les connaissances traditionnelles. Si vous regardez dans le paragraphe 6, ces éléments ne sont pas mis en lumière. C'est pour rencontrer un peu et essayer de faire une tentative de consensus. Je reviens sur la proposition faite par le Canada. On peut dire ceci. Le 4 ici, on l'amène à 6 en commençant par emphasizing that, c'est-à-dire soulignant que. Et puis maintenant, on va finir par la suite décide à ce paragraphe 6 et nous pensons que cela peut aller, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you for the proposal.
What about Belgium? They have been asking the same time.
So yes, for the floor after opposition, Belgium, I'll give you the opportunity to reply, and then I'll continue with the ones asking for the floor in the list.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. It was because I was on top and then I was on the bottom again and I didn't do anything. That is why I was asking for the floor. On my screen, I was after the Democratic Republic and I was going down, down, down. Okay, so what I was going to say is, why did I oppose your proposal? Because if you look at 6J, the thing that you're saying, your proposal, which was talking about traditional knowledge, given with free, prior and informed consent, is already in 6J. So I did not see a reason why we should add it then also in the chapeau. You understand why I was refusing it? And that was the only reason, because you cannot, and first of all, there's also, we had a clean text in 4, there were no brackets. Then there was a proposition to bracket it, which is strange because we're trying to lift brackets. But I'm in your hands, and now you understand why I didn't like your proposal, but you didn't give me the opportunity to react to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, you are not in my hands. I'm in your hands. Just try to facilitate. The difference between 4 and 6 is that in 1 there is an emphasis, and on 6 is the decision of the components. And for some, these elements are already reflect on 6, so there is no need for the emphasis. For some, it's important to keep the emphasis on these points, and we need to make progress. Hold on. At this moment, I was informed that the interpretation is over. We extend the time. I thank the interpreters for your job to help us to communicate. And so we'll need to continue in English. I don't know if we're going to be able to finish with the document if we continue in this pace. I think we need to be more effective in taking decisions in how to proceed. If there is really no consensus and feeling or ways to move forward, let's move to the following paragraphs, and it's a pity. So, having said that, can we leave with paragraph 4? Emphasizing this and then going into the sites and not going to the blend that was proposed by Canada, since some of these elements are already reflected in paragraphs that probably were not identified on the second page on J, at least for me. So can we leave with this paragraph 4? emphasizing these elements as amended. Is anybody opposing to retain paragraph 4? DRC is opposing to retain, right? Because I have a list already of parties asking for the floor, and I don't want to disturb this. So I take as an opposition. Okay. So let's keep it in brackets. Sweden, followed by Colombia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought we were already there, so we hoped that our intervention wasn't necessary. We seriously struggle to understand why certain parties might have an issue with 4. I mean, there's the key elements. Yesterday we agreed on a section on the means of implementation, which are information provided by parties that are compiled under certain targets. So that element needs to be there, so we have a proper review report, we need the science, we need the TK. So we have agreed on all those elements before, and we thought we had clean text, so we don't see why there's opposition to any of those elements now and why we shouldn't emphasize this. Thank you.
Colombia.
Yes, just also in the spirit of compromise, I would suggest that we keep the paragraph 4. That I understand that in this paragraph they are saying it is like it's more broader to say what are the type of information that could have the reports, and in the 6th there is more specific sources. So I think we could live with a little of redundancy, but in the plenary the contact group agreed on the 4, I think we should keep it and not break it.
Yeah, unfortunately, there is opposition, so I can do nothing. There is no appetite. UK, please do not insist to keep it if someone is not open to retain. I think we can use our time for the paragraphs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify that I think originally this proposal came from the UK, and it was very simple. It was just to emphasize that the global report or review should draw upon the best available evidence. And that was simply that, then it expanded with other information sources. We agree that there's a duplication with paragraph 6, but if other parties feel that it does no harm to keep a general paragraph such as we proposed, we would like to ask that to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I submit to the plenary that if we can live with just emphasize that the global report should draw upon information provided by parties and the best available evidence, full stop. Can we accept this? I see noting. Canada is opposing. I give the floor to Canada, but I have New Zealand, DRC, and Cameroon before.
Yes,
Canada.
apologies. Just to provide a quick explanation, we realize that not everyone is in the contact group, but we had very good participation. We had a clean paragraph, and the mention of traditional knowledge is very important for us. And it was something that we did not hear any opposition in contact group for. So that's the reason why we wouldn't be able to support. Thank you.
DRC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor, and I understand that we are all tired already. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. When you asked me for the first time, I would like, after the explanation of the Belgium, to support the deletion of this paragraph because important elements are already in paragraph 6. Thank you.
So you still want to be deleted. So, and you are the only one that wants this paragraph to be deleted, just to be clear. Right. Okay. So there's no consensus. So let's continue with next paragraph. We try as a short version, apologies that there is no interpreters. A short version, a long version emphasizes the importance of this, and we cannot reach an agreement. I'm sorry. And Cameroon.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. I think, like DRC is saying, it's a problem of misunderstanding. I try to share with DRC. I think it seems like he removing the brackets on this in this in para 4. So I don't understand exactly what is the position here.
Can we accept paragraph 4 as it was in the long version?
We agree.
Canada?
They accept.
So the DRC agrees to keep the text. Thank you so much. Comments on paragraph 5? Canada? Microphone to Canada, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I understand, we've got maybe a little bit of momentum after this, but we have quite a few things there. We just wanted to note that this is a draft, it's a recommendation to SBI, and SBI will look at this again, and then it'll go to COP. And so with that in mind, noting that we don't have any interpreters, noting that we have still to do 3A and 7, might I suggest that perhaps the best efficient or the most efficient use of our time would be to just leave everything in square brackets on this document, package it as an LDoc and send it to SBI. Because at SBI, they're going to look at, we're all going to look at this again.
Thank you. After discussing with Secretariat, the proposal to move forward is that considering that we have a number of clean paragraphs on page 1, we have few on page 2, and with these 3 alternatives, and we, including H, is a bracket. We clean paragraph 2. There's brackets on 3, and 4 is clean, 5 is okay, but all 6 is very much complex. So we can bracket whole paragraph 6 as suggested by Canada, but we have clean text on 7, 8, 9, 10 until 13, almost 13. There are 2 here and 12 on.
It's just 13. The bracket starts after 12.
Yes, on 13. And in the annex, we have few brackets on 3C and 4 that probably can be solved at the COP. My proposal is to adopt this document as it is, with the few elements that we were able to solve, and retain the brackets to be solved, I don't know if tomorrow or at the COP. Can we go along with this approach in order to be more efficient? So I still have requests from the floor. Do you want to take the floor, or can we go along with my proposal to proceed? If you agree, please erase your names from the list. I still have Brazil and Democratic Republic of Congo. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Now, we would support the proposal from Canada. We just flagged that in paragraph 12. At the end, there is a closing brackets, which I think would belong actually to paragraph 13. I think it was an editorial mistake. So just to flag this to be captured in our document. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. DRC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are here to work as hard as possible. We cannot send work to the SBR that has not been properly checked at this level. Otherwise, we are encouraging laziness, and yet we are called upon to make the SBI's task easier. This is the technical, scientific, and technological body. All the SBI has to do is see whether our advice is feasible. If that is the case, we should close this session on the second day. We would ask you to continue working on this document as far as possible. Thank you.
The point is that we still have 2 documents for tonight. So we need to be realistic. And we need to finish our works of Substat tomorrow before lunch, including all L documents. We cannot extend, we cannot add more hours, so we need to be practical. And I'm in your hands, but we also need to address the other documents. Argentina?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I have a feeling, a similar feeling to the DRC. I mean, I would like to be able to finish our work tonight. That would be great. At the same time, I have to say that it's already a bit far from the standard practice to revise CRPs and do big changes without interpretation. And that could be something that could be challenged eventually. So I would not recommend to do that a lot. We have this text, this was translated, it has these brackets, everybody could read the translations online, so we can more or less accept it with that, but if we engage in complex discussions and try to change the text, then we don't have the interpretation, and that's complicated. So I do think that the proposal by Canada is wise, and it would save us problems in the future, maybe. And the fact that it's late and that we don't have interpretation is something that we should take into account in the rest hours that we stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your openness to continue working. We still have these two documents. Since so the document has, fortunately, many clean text, many paragraphs with clean text. But maybe also if we see the L document fresh, and if you have consultations among yourselves and come with concrete proposals for suggestions tomorrow based on the L document, maybe we can do some more progress. But we need also to address two CRP mores in order to have a package of L documents for tomorrow. So this is not saying that this is over for this document. It will have the opportunity tomorrow when we have an L version, more clean, maybe with more clarity and less tired spirit. Probably we can find ways to improve more the document. DRC followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor again. I understand and I agree with you. We can live with this document as it is, but two comments. The first one, in this document, I would like to suggest everywhere we refer to information to add data. They are very, very important for us in this document. And paragraph 6E, to delete at the third line, framework.
I'm sorry, but we're not dealing with 6. The agreement is not to touch, because if we start, that's a proposal from Canada, and if you start making some changes, then other parties will have the right to make any changes, and
yeah.
please don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, we are in full support of Canada's proposal because, as you said, Mr. Chair, we have so many things to do still for the rest of the day. The question I wanted to raise with you, Mr. Chair, is that we are coming to some more complex, in my mind, documents. And I would prefer if you could guide us on the approach that we will take, because if not, for the other complex things, we will be here even longer, probably 3 hours on one document. So, Mr. Chair, if you could provide us with some guidance on the approach going forward with the other 2 documents that we have in front of us, so that we can agree on, if we cannot agree, we just bracket it and move on and let some other fresh minds take another look at it. So I just ask for your guidance, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I suggest to proceed with the to finish with this document. As I was advised by the Secretariat, it seems that the next document is pretty clean, only one typo and few brackets that maybe we can try to fix. Actually, well, it says there's no brackets, hopefully, so please don't include. So I'm optimistic that we can make progress with next document. So that will be my suggestion to continue with a positive spirit, and then we discuss the nature of next one. But first, I would like to. I see two requests from the floor. So my invitation is to first finish this document 7, see the other one that has few issues, and continue to work. But Germany followed by Argentina.
Thank you. I just quickly wanted to clarify para 6. As our Canadian colleague intervened, we didn't propose, or it wasn't proposed to bracket all of 6, but keep the existing brackets. Could you confirm that, please? Thank you.
That's better. Yes. I understood that the first time not touch 6 and move on, but if we not to bracket it, the whole thing. Okay. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually wanted to intervene on the same point by Germany, but I have the opposite understanding, actually, that we would not bracket the whole of the text that we are not reviewing, but only paragraph 6. That will be something we will work on, because it has a lot of brackets and it's a bit difficult to understand what's in there. Thank you.
Sweden, and let's be practical.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. When we packed our bag to come to this meeting, it was our understanding that actually paragraph 6 was a core task under 3B to be delivered by SAPSA to the SBI. So if we cannot unbracket that in total and keep the detailed bracket, then I was wondering what we have done during the last days. So I really would like to keep the brackets as they are and unbracket the whole section, because that was our main objective of this discussion to deliver that to SBI. We are the technical scientific body to promote, submit information about sources to be used. So what signal are we sending if we cannot even agree to send that to SBI? Thank you.
Okay, I see that paragraph C, that has paragraph 6, that has subparagraphs from A to J. Only B and C have no brackets. So it's about the same. So my suggestion is to keep unbracketed B and C. There is no reason to put brackets on them, and to continue and look for opportunities to clean it. So there is no way to make improvements at this stage. So not to bracket 6 as a whole, because there's only B and C which are clean. So why is unnecessary violence, I would say. and adopt the document as it is. So having said that, I will put for consideration of the plenary to adopt this document CRP as amended in order to see tomorrow an L document. Is there any opposition? I see no objection. Thank you very much. Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. So when we discussed this paragraph 6, I do agree there's no reason to bracket those that do not have any bracket. Completely agree with that. But there are others that we were discussing and we did not have time to go through them again. And there were a lot of discussions regarding, for example, whether or not the information had to be intergovernmentally reviewed or if they had to be reviewed by SBSTA. And now we have some paragraphs that have half brackets and we were not able to review them as a whole. So I could go with the middle ground of what you were proposing, and that would be to have B and C that have no brackets, without brackets, but the other subparagraphs that have brackets in brackets in between like at the beginning and the end of the subparagraph. So that would be in A, D, C, F, H, I, and J, I guess. Or we can work and try to lift the brackets. I could do that, because in general what happens to me is that I would like to lift brackets in this paragraph, but I guess other delegations would like to keep the brackets. Thank you.
Canada, help us.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm going to be able to help. I was just saying it would be factually incorrect to put those paragraphs entirely into square brackets. This is the point where we got to in the contact group. Was presented here as a CRP. I don't think anyone disagrees that there are issues there, but there are issues on some parts of the paragraph and not others. And of course, in discussions on those parts, it may have knock-on impacts that cause us to change other parts of the paragraph. That's a normal process. But for example, if you look at E, to put all of that into square brackets would be misleading.
Chile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go along with what Canada was proposing. I think there's no way to put everything between brackets, because there are just like few words or just one sentence that was under aware, and not all the paragraph or all the sentence. So I would like to keep that proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
France and Switzerland.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. I also support the intervention by Canada and Chile to keep the existing brackets and not to add new more. Thank you.
Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, we also support it also in the understanding that anyway at SBI, who will define the concrete procedures of the global review, probably, you know, anyway we have to discuss things. So in that sense, to send that, the state of where we stopped here and discussed a long time in the contact groups, to keep the value of that and advise it to SBI, I think that would be of value. We would support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Considering this, can we accept the document as it is? We will see it tomorrow on L, and if there is any appetite to delete some brackets, I can open a short window just to delete brackets, in the understanding that there were some consultations and agreement to move on, because we need to approve all the documents before lunch. I see no objections, so document CRP is adopted as amended. To prepare an L document for tomorrow. Dear colleagues, we have very few minutes because we have to leave the venue also. So we cannot stay until 3 a.m. I'm sorry, but and I don't see any tequila or mezcal or gin, nothing like that. There are no incentives. So this document is pretty clean on the recommendation, and the annex, of course, still have work pending to do, right? And the idea is to continue working in Substa. So we will revisit this annex in Substa 26, and what is agreed is the way in how to proceed, which is in pages 1 and 2. I will ask the Secretary to explain the two typos of this document and then proceed to the adoption in the best case. Please, Gillian.
Thank you very much. In paragraph 2, it refers to a subparagraph 1AI to III of a decision that those paragraphs are actually in the annex to the decision, and so this should have read of the annex of the decision. On paragraph 8, it refers to doing something related to paragraph 8. When the paragraphs were renumbered, this should have referred to paragraph 7. So those are the two typos. Thank you.
So as you can see, there's a clean text on the 2 pages of the recommendation. So I hope we can adopt page 1 of recommendation. I hope there are no comments. I see none. Then I'd like to put for consideration on page 2. I see Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And we would have a minor comment. So as page 2 addresses the paragraph for the draft decision, which refers to the adoption of the list of global indicators, we recall that during the discussions in the contact group, we indicated that from our perspective, the approval of the list of binary indicators would depend on agreement on indicators on DSI, given the thorny issues around target 13.4. So we had suggested to leave the annex entirely in brackets. I realized there is a bracket in the title of section 1 of the annex, which we understand will need to be placed upwards to give more clarity that the entire annex is bracketed. We had made this comment given the discussions on DSI. So I think it would be more of an editorial issue because I think the brackets at the title of section 1 was misplaced. But just flag this since we are going to, in a way, address the paragraph that adopts the proposed list of global indicators. Thank you.
Yes, the whole annex is in brackets, so Secretary will be sure that when you see document in L version will be like that, to have no confusion. So now I put for consideration page 2 as a whole, if there's any additional objections. I see none. And the whole annex is in brackets, so we will revisit in Substa 26 to continue. So with this, I put for adoption document CRP with the amendment of the typos identified by Secretariat. I see no objection. CRP is adopted as amended.
This is
Now, last CRP, Belgium.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a slight or a big problem, I think, not only for Belgium, but the CRP came out that late, and our negotiators for that subject weren't allowed in anymore. And I think we're not just the only ones. And as we know, this is also one of the subjects that we've had two contact groups. It would really be a pity that we're going through things that those people who were there and who negotiated during or who discussed during the contract group weren't allowed in anymore, and that we advance without them. So we would like to ask your indulgence to leave this one till tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The problem is how to deal in the morning with a document that should be turned into an L before lunch. That's something that I need to consult with the Secretariat, because give me a minute on this. Okay, I will put this for your consideration as a procedural matter. We work already through 7 CRP documents that will be reflected tomorrow as L documents. So tomorrow in our last final plenary, we can go through each of the L documents, and when we get to CRP 8, we can take time to work on it, and at the moment when we adopt the CRP as amended, with the progress we can make according to the time, immediately resubmit the document and adopt as an L document. So in that way we can have some more time, but this will be pending on the adoption of L documents that are ready there. Because if we do the other way around, we don't know how long will take the discussions on climate change, and all the L documents will be waiting there. So let's do first the L documents, then take some time on this, but at the moment we adopt exactly the same document has to be adopted as an L. If we agree with that, then we can defer discussions on this document for tomorrow, so delegations can have more time to analyze the document. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like clarification. Is that a standard procedure that it's done to adopt a CRP and an L document at the same time? My understanding would be that we do the CRP and then there's an L document, and at least delegation should have time to look at it. But I don't know if there's precedent for doing that. It sounds a bit weird to me.
I remember that, not when, but it happens before, since we don't have time to send this and to print again or to deliver as an L document. In understanding that will be no time, so we can make the progress as amended and also consider this immediately after as an L. So we will work on a CRP. We adopt the CRP to be as an L, but since there is no time for more changes and so on, the same document to be considered as an L after. So with the two adoptions of the same document, but otherwise there is not time to work on that. I don't recall where, but it happens before. It won't be a precedent because it happened before. But this is the best way I consider. Otherwise, we start analyzing the document here, but I know it's better that delegations have more time to take a look and to see this tomorrow, understanding the concern expressed by Belgium that this document was recently delivered as a CRP. But it's up to you, and I understand we need to leave the venue. So this is the limitations. Czech Republic, raising your hand, yes. Microphone check. Czechia. Oh, there are not admissions now to give the floor. DRC is on the queue, and also you don't have microphone to DRC? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, this is one of the most relevant documents we have to examine. I suggested that we continue working, but you gave other reasons. We therefore support Belgium's proposal. In the meantime, I won't be too keen on this jump from CRP to L. Let's sleep on it. Let's give time to time. Tomorrow we could find out more. The procedures you are proposing seems new to us, so we need to give them more thought. Thank you.
Thank you. What I'm saying is that we will work with the CRP document, but as soon as we finish to deal with the CRP, same document has to be then later submitted as an L, because we will have few minutes before the end of the meeting, because we need to finish by lunchtime. So we will work as we did with the last two documents, but once it's done, I mean, to save time, when we adopt the CRP, it will be, we will submit the same document as an L afterwards. I mean, but we will work as a CRP pending on the available time to work on it, because we need to approve also the other L documents. This is a time constraint, and we cannot stay longer here. Even I would like to be here, but we need to leave the venue. That's what I was told by the Secretariat. We cannot stay longer here. And there is the complaint of Belgium saying that the document was recently released, no time for experts to take a look, so at least we can have some hours so tomorrow we can work in better conditions with this document. And I think it's part of the practice, and I don't see a better way to proceed. If not, thank you very much for your support and your understanding and the hard work. It's been a very Long day and long week. I see a hand there. I'm sorry. EU. And check. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And sorry to take the floor here, but I think we've just seen with the agenda item 3A, we can be very efficient if the spirit kind of is here with us. We are many delegations here who have waited. I mean, maybe we can adopt the CRP as an L and then see tomorrow, because the concern of the European Union is here. We have little time, as you've said. We will start tomorrow the L documents. We'll have another COP closing starting. And then the time available for this agenda item is kind of, I don't know, it gets into a squeeze. So maybe we should try. We can adopt the CRP with the brackets as we have, as an L document, and then we proceed tomorrow.
That's another way forward. Thank you for that. Czech Republic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Although luckily I have no gray hair, I remember that it has happened. It was November 21, and the issue was forest biological diversity. We did it in the way because we were under horrible time pressure and a lot of work behind.
I think it was with Alfred, maybe, was the chair? It was you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Therefore, I remember it.
Yes, yes, I remember it happened before. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Though I feel tempted to do the proposal by the EU, I do note that the brackets are in the recommendation of SBSTA, so I find it difficult to understand how we would pass the CRP to an L document that we will have to negotiate to see what we do with the brackets in the recommendation of SBSTA. Thank you.
Okay. On this document, we have on the recommendations two sections. One from page 1 till paragraph 7, which is, as Argentina rightly said, is what SBSTA is deciding to do. So we cannot have brackets there because there is no COP to lift them. We can have some brackets on the recommendation to the COP, of course. So it's up to the COP to decide. In order to have clean text, my advice, and considering that we're working only in English, and this document is only in English, and by tomorrow we can have this document in all languages, so we'll have an opportunity and the mission to have clean text on the section referring to Substa. So we can, my advice to save time is to adopt this document as it is as a CRP, so we can see in all languages tomorrow the L document with the compromise of us to have a clean text on the first 7 paragraphs, which are the ones referring to Substa decisions. So in that sense, delegations will have the opportunity to come with solutions. Those consultations and solutions can be prepared while we deal with the L documents, the L other documents, and when we go to this L document, we definitely need to work on the first section to have no brackets. So this is what I suggest. The advantage of going to the L for tomorrow is that we'll be in all documents, in all languages, and there's a chance to work on the language to have a clean section referring to Substa. And so this is my proposal, if you can go along with this. I see Brazil.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We honestly think that we did a lot of work today, and we are not that far from an understanding. If we could have some time for discussion, that'd be great. I understand that Belgium is not comfortable with that. Maybe now it's not the moment, but I really don't think we should go from CRP right to 12 documents. We should have time to discuss that, and to honor the time we spent in that. And really we clean like more than 5 paragraphs. There's just a few remaining elements. I think we can reach an agreement tomorrow. Certainly hope it's so, and are looking forward to that. Thank you.
So you said tomorrow or now?
We will be willing to work now if all parties are comfortable to that.
I understand we need to leave before midnight, and this is only 15 minutes. And as I understand, we have clean text we have brackets only on paragraph 7? 6 and 7. We can try until midnight. And then whatever is the outcome goes to an L, right? And then because from 8 and on is up to the COP to solve, considering the time. Or if you come in the plenary tomorrow with some solutions, we can, and if we have time, we can do an additional effort. But certainly the priority should be to have clean text on paragraph 6 and 7. Are you willing to work the next few minutes until midnight on this? I see noting. So, so I open the floor for, considering that our priority is to work on places with brackets, I open the floor for comments on paragraph 6. I see Germany.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, we would like to use the 15 minutes remaining very efficiently, and if we have a very concrete proposal, because we had the feeling also based on the intervention of Brazil today, that in Para 6 we might find a quick solution. And our proposal would be to remove the brackets around Para 6, but change the order of the para, starting with a text on stressing the importance of urging the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to comprehensively address nature-based solutions and/or ecosystem-based approaches when updating their NDCs, and then which have been introduced by Brazil in the way like end of CBD national focal points engaging with their UNFCCC counterparts to raise awareness of relevant interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change. We think this is a very good compromise to change the order, to remove the brackets, and we would also have a further suggestions on Para 7, but we understand this suggestion would come later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this proposal acceptable? Brazil?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Germany, for the intent, but actually switching elements from place without subtracting anything doesn't help much, to be honest. I'll give it a try, okay? I'll do my best and see if it works. I try to summarize briefly our discussions earlier today. And in this particular paragraph, Brazil and many other parties have highlighted that it might not be appropriate to encroach on NDCs. Again, we stressed several times the national component of the NDCs, and that would be too far to make this kind of recommendation to parties to the Convention on Climate. And we made this point very strongly, and several other countries supported that. So we honestly think that it's not acceptable to keep the second part that starts in urging the parties to the United States nation, etc. At the same time, we understand that for many parties, a reference to nature-based solutions is important. We understand that. The problem is that we don't have much agreed ground on that. So our proposal will be to keep one element from one of the remaining elements that we believe is the only one that has, where we have a common ground on nature-based solutions, which is the paragraph that says takes into account Resolution 5/5 of the UNEA. Resolution 5/5, it's the acceptable common ground for every single one in here. No one question Resolution 5.5. It's clear as it can be a reference to nature-based solutions, and it's a negotiated text that everyone here stands by. If we make reference to other documents, some of the documents that haven't even been prepared yet, like the results of the formal consultations in NBS, the co-chair summaries that were not yet, then we are going down a road that we won't get there. So my proposal would be to keep mentions to nature-based solutions to the only document that we all here agreed and nobody spoke against it, which is Resolution 5/5. So to briefly summarize, on paragraph 6, we would delete the second part of it that starts on urging. That's the first part of the proposal. Then we would delete everything except the last paragraph in brackets that says takes into account Resolution 5.5 of the UNEA, etc., but removing the part that says as well as other sources, because again, we do not want to give a blank check. That's the whole logic behind many comments that were made by Brazil and several other countries, that we do not want to give a mandate that's too wide. It's a blank check. But at the same time, we're referring very clear to NBS. We're referring very clear to a document that everyone here stands by. I know this is not the best solution. I know some parties would prefer to have more specific mentions to nature-based solutions, but we tried several options earlier on today, and it's very hard to find a common ground on that because nature-based solutions are open to discussion, and we all know that. And it would be very difficult to find an understanding on that beyond what's in Resolution 5.5. So that's our best intent to reach an agreement on this issue tonight. And I sincerely hope this is acceptable to all parties. I think that's what's feasible. And and fair in taking into account the discussion we had earlier on today. If you want to, sir, I can repeat my proposal, but I hope it's already clear what I said, and sorry for taking so much time.
Thank you, Brazil. So what you're suggesting is to, in paragraph 6, to retain text start from stresses the importance to CBD national focal points, engaging with UNFCCC counterparts, to raise awareness on relevant interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change, to support relevant national planning processes in line with national circumstances and priorities. Full stop. And then to delete everything until the last paragraph, page 2, starting that takes into account, I think something missing, takes into account Resolution 55 of UNEA on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, relevant findings from the IPBES and IPCC for consideration of the COP16. Full stop. This is Brazil proposal. Can we go along with that? Is anybody opposing? I see Colombia and 2 more parties. Okay, I'll give the floor to few. I mean, in light to see a solution, not to say that we support Brazil and we support Brazil. We already know what's the Brazil proposal, and if I would like to hear any suggestion to improve this. DRC, to improve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the floor. I appreciate very well your optimism. As you see, it is 7 minutes to midnight. The rule here is to be to the gate at midnight. So let us keep everything as they are, and we'll come back to this document tomorrow. Thank you.
Colombia. Microphone to Colombia.
So we have a proposal of text trying to include what Brazil was proposing and also trying to balance what also for us is very important to keep nature-based solutions. So this is the text. Stresses the importance of CBD national focal points engaging with the UNFCCC counterparts to comprehensively address nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches, and raise awareness on relevant interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change to support relevant national planning processes in line with national commitments, circumstances, and priorities.
Can you repeat the insertion, the first part?
The first part stresses the importance of CBD national focal points engaging with their UNFCCC counterparts to comprehensively address nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches and raise awareness on relevant interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change to support relevant national planning processes in line with national commitments, circumstances, and priorities.
I would like to hear your views on this proposal by Colombia that is based on Brazil. Is any opposition to this language? Brazil opposes. I'll let the opportunity to react.
Yes, sir, thank you. I was expecting to have a round of consultation to see if anyone opposed my proposal.
I saw many hands, that's why.
Okay, we don't see the added value of that language. Addresses comprehensively, what exactly does it mean? I'm not sure about it. I don't think adding new language. We have already a lot of language in the text there. all the paragraphs on 7 are new versions of the ancient 4 paragraph, which was a small paragraph and just kept on growing, because people kept putting new elements in there. So I don't think adding new language is the way forward. Thank you.
Germany.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, we very much liked the proposal by Colombia. We thought it's also a good compromise, but we now understand that, Brazil is not really agreeing to that. Well, just to make clear what our intention was in the beginning, looking in para 6 and 7 to find a compromise as a kind of package. So Germany just provided the first part of the package on para 6. It would, in our opinion, our proposal would work, and it would consider the considerations of Brazil in para 7 if we would use the para 7 alt bis, where it reflects the UNEA resolution 5/3, taking into account the resolution 5/5 of UNEA, but there is a missing part on nature-based solutions. And I think this was stressed this morning, it's a resolution for sustainable development. So this is a very important part, and I think Belgium mentioned that before, to facilitate the application of that guidance for the implementation of the actions to support target 8 and 11. And I think it was raised by Congo that it should not be restricted to those targets, but also and other relevant targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So if we have that language under 7 alt bis unbracketed and the proposal on para 6 unbracketed, we think it would be a very good proposal, and it would also address Brazil's concerns. Thank you.
Can you repeat your suggestions on 7 alt bis? Microphone to Germany, please.
Sorry. Now I'm audible. It's 7 alt bis also requests the Executive Secretary to provide for new or updated guidance, taking into account, I think this is the point by Brazil, the resolution 5/5 of the United Nations Environmental Assembly, so this is the text we have in the CRP, on, and this is missing, nature-based solutions for sustainable development. This was clearly mentioned today, to facilitate the application of that guidance for the implementation of actions to support targets 8, 11, and this was mentioned by Congo, other relevant targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework.
But Germany, okay, this is one, the amendments on 7 alt bis, and is connect with your other proposal on 6, switching sentences, but we heard already from Brazil that is not acceptable. Is offering only to maintain the first part of 6. This is my recollection. But first, I'm sorry, since I would like to ask Brazil, what about the formulation of 7 alt bis? If it's more attractive than the following that is at the end of the page. So,
thank you, Chair, and thank you, Germany, for the intent. But again, the question is not only the document in itself, but what are we asking? What do you want to do with that? And we certainly we are not in a position to accept that this document serves as a general broad mandate to the Executive Secretary to develop additional guidance. This is part of the original paragraph that many parties asked to be deleted. Many parties, not only Brazil, asked to be deleted. So my intent was to keep from the added new text, the only element that was, we didn't have a controversy on that, was that we take note of the resolution 5.5. It exists, we all accept by it, we all abide by it, and it would be a reference, and that's it. That's a completely different thing to say that based on this resolution, the executive secretary will do this or that with other sources and so on, which goes in a totally different direction. Thank you.
Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I just have a proposal to make that would reflect some of the interventions we heard earlier today, as well as some of the considerations in the room right now regarding, requesting the executive secretary to do further work under this agenda item. So my proposal would be to note noting Substa recommendation 25/blank from agenda item 3C. So we're linking it back to the outcomes from agenda item 3C. Request the executive secretary to consider existing guidance related to nature-based solutions including in light of Resolution 55 of UNEA on nature-based solutions for sustainable development, comma, in the comprehensive review and analysis of existing tools and guidance that can support effective implementation of the KMGBF. We think this is a simple compromise that would bridge the request to the Executive Secretary under Agenda Item 3C, while giving some recognition to the UNEA 55 resolution, which we think is an important landmark in the biodiversity loss and climate change nexus, and directly supports targets 8 and 11 of the KMGBF. So that compromise language, I think, we would suggest that to replace all of the other options under paragraph 7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Canada. Sounds very interesting and constructive. Did you get all the text? Yeah. Can you read it very quickly? So I think it would be good to have a second listening.
Thank you, Chair. Canada's proposal is noting Resolution XX, referring to item 3C, requests the Executive Secretary to consider existing guidance relating to nature-based solutions, including in light of UNEA Resolution 55 on nature-based solutions for sustainable development in the comprehensive review and analysis, and it continues. Thank you.
Comments on this proposal, but this is to include in the package of 7, or is replacing 6 and 7 paragraphs? Is it a compromise replacing 6 and 7, or is to add among the options of paragraph 7?
It was to offer, like, bringing together all the options under paragraph 7, not related to paragraph 6. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask to Brazil. I'm sorry, I have Portugal, South Africa, Colombia, but I'm trying to see if there's an agreement.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank all parties that are trying to move forward. I don't want to be like the sole one to say, no, I don't accept it. I don't think it's fair. I made a try based on the understanding that we have to be based on minimum common ground. And minimum common ground is not only making a reference, it's keeping reference to Resolution 5/5 and not anything else. So it's no use keeping a reference to Resolution 5/5 if you keep adding other elements, other guidance. What other guidance are we talking about? This won't fly. I'm sorry, and I don't want to be the only one echoing concerns in this regard. I take note that, for instance, the DRC is already gone. And I'm sure many other parties that are still in this room share Brazil's concerns as well. So I will, again, suppose for the last time, because we already passed midnight, appeal to countries to consider my initial proposal. I think that's the compromise that we can reach at this juncture. Otherwise, we can keep on discussing, I don't know, for how long. We need to leave the room in a few minutes, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Canada. I guess you want to keep your proposal in the text, so we add that. And now give the floor to Portugal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to give you a solution for Paris 6. When we search a little bit, I think we can build on other agreements that member states had. In this case, taking us back to Resolution 76/207 from the UNGA. And Paris 6 would read like this: stresses the importance of urging the parties to the UNFCCC to integrate ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, and disaster risk reduction into their strategic planning, comma, as appropriate, comma, across sectors, and of, and then the proposal by Brazil, CBD, national focal points engaging with their UNFCCC, and so along. This is agreed language. This is not new language that Portugal is proposing. It's agreed language under UNGA. And we think we can, with this, reach a balance between both sides that we're trying to get a consensus and get their will on point 6. I would request, if possible, the opinion of the Secretariat on the beginning on stresses the importance of urging the parties, if we could, with this not very elegant language, to keep ourselves outside of the mandate of UNFCCC. And if so, we would like to propose this. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a saying that goes like, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So we think Brazil has made a strong case, and we'd like to add to that if anything today, what we know is even the intergovernmental process, we are still awaiting its outcomes. But it's clear that there's still very much divergence on this aspect, one. Two, the best available science that has conducted the assessment on this topic is clear that there's still very much that we need to comprehend. Lastly, the only thing that we have that we can latch on is reference to the resolution itself. So we'd like to emphasize again the points made by several other countries today, and we still back the proposal made by Brazil. Thank you, Chair.
Colombia.
Thank you, Chair. No, I just wanted to insist in the paragraph that we proposed. Brazil says that comprehensively is not like the wording, so we can take out comprehensively and leave counterparts to address nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches. I don't understand why Brazil doesn't like this if it is like the wording that we have in the Target 8. So in the Target 8, we are supposed to look at these kind of approaches to mitigate climate change. So why we cannot use, I don't understand very well, maybe I missed something. So, and afterwards, I continue with the paragraph that Brazil proposes at the beginning. So I think for us it's important to keep, and we were discussing before, the nature-based solutions and the connection with NDCs. So now with this proposal that we are doing, I think we can continue. But
Thank you, Colombia. I will ask Secretary to read what you propose, just for clarity of all. please.
Thank you, Chair. The paragraph reads, stresses the importance of CBD national focal points engaging with their UNFCCC counterparts to address nature-based solutions and/or ecosystem-based approaches and raise awareness on relevant interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change to support relevant national planning processes in line with national circumstances and priorities. And commitments. Sorry, thank you, yes.
Thank you. You want to keep in the text as an option, that, as such? No, the Colombian proposal to be a concrete proposal, a concrete paragraph, as well as the one we heard. Malawi.
Thank you, Chair. I think we were optimistic that maybe we'll be able to clean up some brackets, but obviously that will not work tonight or this morning, because what we are doing now is trying to address brackets by adding more text in more brackets. So I think maybe, Chair, I know we were all optimistic, but I think maybe we should go back to this at this tomorrow, because Canada and others that have introduced new text that we want to react to by introducing more brackets, and I think that will not result in what we had intended to do. So I think for us, if all the proposals have been given, they should stay there in brackets, because we need more time to look at them, because we thought we would deal with the text that is there now without introducing new text, and I think it's a lot for us to deal with at this time. So probably these few paragraphs, tomorrow when we have a fresh look at them, we should be able to give it an hour. I don't think 15 minutes will do in this regard. Give it an hour and see how far we can go. On our part, we had initially wanted to delete the whole paragraph 7, because I think like Canada as well as others, we are referring to a decision under 3C, a discussion under 3C. That is already giving requesting the Executive Secretary to develop guidance documents and so forth, which we felt was being addressed under that discussion. That's why we had wanted to delete it, and we had proposed something in line with what is there, and I see that there is more text there. So, Chair, in our opinion, I think we should go and sleep now. It's not worth it anymore to introduce more brackets, and I think tomorrow maybe we'll have better attitude and optimism. Now it's all gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody's tired now. What about if we leave? But I would like to invite to have a small group of countries to work in a possible solution to be put forward tomorrow. So I would like to invite Canada, Portugal, Colombia, Germany, Brazil, and Malawi. And Belgium want to be there. I'm trying to have few with the balance. To a small group to sit together and to see if you can come tomorrow with a solution. So use the microphone, please. Australia, sorry.
Sorry, Chair. I was just calling out that my colleague, our colleague from DRC was very vocal on this and has gone home, so they should probably be on the list. Thank you.
Okay, it's fine. So DRC, Chile, okay. The thing is, if we have, I was trying to see different views and some people that is trying to help in a small group. If it's a group of 20, I'm not sure this will work. So, and I believe, for example, Argentina has similar views than Brazil. I think that perspective is covered. Some African states, some European states and Canada. That's why I'm suggesting a small group. But I don't think if we make it bigger, it will be more effective, honestly. And if we said it's open to anyone, it will be huge and not very operational. If you insist, you can be there, but based on the experience, should not be. We have already those 8, but I'm in your hands also. I see that Chile wants to be there and Argentina wants to be there, but I suggest Colombia that propose concrete text, and I see that have similar views, and Argentina has also similar views, but if you would want to be included, some more African countries would like to be there, or some more Europeans, it's about the same. Can you live with my original proposal? I agree that to have DRC, Canada, Portugal, Colombia, Germany, Brazil, Malawi, some fresh blood, and Belgium. I see a request from Spain, and then because it's already from Europe, Belgium, and Germany, and Portugal. So we need to have a balance. I'm sorry. I want to keep it small and more practical. DRC, Canada, Portugal, Colombia, Germany, Brazil, Malawi, and Belgium. And no more, to have some balance and listening who is proposing text and to have a balance. Brazil? Microphone to Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We know how hard, we thank you for your efforts. We know how hard this job it is, but I think we could be a little more inclusive in that representation. As I understand, there are 3 European countries and 2 African countries, so I think there's some space for improvement in that regard. I would suggest South Africa, maybe Eswatini, that was very vocal earlier today. Thank you.
I should not be part of this, but because certainly that's why I was reluctant to include more Europeans, but then we need to have a balance with more representatives from other regions. So we we have from RULAC, Colombia and Brazil, but with different views. It's not only geographical, it's also the views. And I believe if we have DRC and Malawi, I think it's a balance there. Or can we state to the numbers I gave? You have a small one.
I don't want to be annoying, but I fail to see the difference, a strong difference in views between Germany and Belgium, for instance. So maybe if we could have 2 countries for each region, maybe that could be a balance. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Belgium. I hear a concrete proposal from Germany and also from Portugal. Of course, EU will coordinate, I know, so to take out Belgium, to be more balanced. Is Portugal. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the numbers, we don't have strong feelings. Of course, we will only reserve the right to coordinate internally on the EU who will represent the region. Thank you.
The important thing is that few people get around and come with a proposal, right? So with this, I hope you can help us to move the document tomorrow. And so with this, we suspend our deliberations on this. And with that understanding, we will address the CRP and then we will move into an L. It's been practiced in the past. And with this, the meeting of tonight is adjourned. So for the group, please organize yourself to when is the best moment to get together as soon as possible, today or very early in the morning. It's up to you, considering that we should start. On the plenary, we will be working with the L documents first, and then to address this one. Thank you so much.